Back when my cousin Cody and I were in our early 20s, we used to go on a lot of camping trips. We lived in Colorado, which is famous for its massive, beautiful mountain ranges and endless acres of deep, dense forests. This particular incident happened, if I remember correctly, when I was 22 years old and Cody was 23. We decided to take a trip out to a place called Erpo Forest. It was my very first time camping in that specific forest, but Cody had been there a few times before. He was the outdoorsy type, the kind of guy who actually knew what he was doing out in the wild. It was the middle of the week, which was perfect for us. Our jobs at the time allowed us to have our days off on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, so we would often schedule our campouts then. It was a great way to avoid the heavy traffic on the roads and the massive crowds at the trailheads. I always let Cody take complete charge on these trips. Like I said, he was the Eagle Scout, not me. I was just the guy who tagged along, carried the cooler, and enjoyed the nature. We parked our car near a designated picnic area and immediately set foot into the thick woods. After about 15 minutes of hiking deeper and deeper into the forest, we managed to find a really good spot to set up our camp. For us, a good spot meant a clearing that was big enough to comfortably fit 2 separate tents, our portable stove, and a nice, safe campfire ring. The very first thing we did was unpack all of our gear and start pitching our tents. Cody has always been incredibly fast at setting up a tent. He can do it in only a few minutes, while it always takes me at least 20 minutes of fumbling with poles and stakes. Or rather, I should say it used to take me that long, because I actually haven't gone camping out in the wilderness a single time since this happened. Once our shelters were up, the next step was to create a protective ring of stones for our fire. We gathered up a bunch of dry sticks and firewood from the surrounding area. Cody did bring some artificial fire starter and a lighter, so I guess we kind of cheated. But we didn't really care. It was the point in the day when the sun was finally starting to dip below the horizon, casting long dark shadows through the trees. We had a really nice fire going, and Cody was starting to grill up some steak and burgers. One thing you need to know about Cody is that he always went all out with the food on these trips. He is a genuinely fantastic cook, so I always trusted him completely to feed us well. Of course, we kept our cans of bear spray close by, just in case the delicious smell of the cooking meat attracted a black bear. Cody always told me that a bear encounter was very unlikely though. He used to say that the real thing you actually have to worry about when you are in the middle of the woods is other people. As we ate our steaks and burgers, we cracked open some cold beers and put on some classic rock music, letting it play softly from a portable speaker. If you have never been camping deep in the woods, you might not fully understand how incredible the vibe is in moments like that. Just sitting out in the wilderness with a close family member, sharing some beers, reminiscing about the good old times, and vibing to some great music. But as it got fully dark, the mood slowly started to shift. We set up a little folding platform table that we had brought specifically for playing cards, and we started playing a few games. Eventually, we transitioned to playing Uno, and that was the exact moment when we heard something strange out in the woods. I immediately paused the song playing on my phone so that the speaker would go completely silent. In the sudden quiet of the forest, we heard it clear as day. It was the sound of a person humming a melody, accompanied by the distinct rustling of footsteps moving through the dry leaves. The sounds were coming from just beyond the trees, completely hidden in the pitch blackness of the forest. Cody looked at me with wide eyes and urgently whispered for me to find our flashlight. I scrambled around, frantically searching for it in the dark, but by the time my fingers finally wrapped around it, the strange humming and the footsteps had completely faded away. I asked Cody if that was something we should be worried about. He looked tense and said it was definitely highly unusual for anyone to be this deep in the woods at night, let alone creepily walking past an active campsite with a blazing fire while loudly humming to themselves. I was pretty shaken up by it, and I could tell that Cody was too. We tried to calm our nerves and went back to playing cards, but we kept the music turned down very low now, constantly straining our ears to listen to the surrounding woods. Just when we least expected it, a large, heavy stick landed with a loud thud right in the middle of our campsite. It made both of us jump completely out of our skins. This wasn't a branch that had simply fallen from a tree. The angle and the force made it clear that this thing had been thrown directly at us by someone hiding in the dark. Cody stood up, his face red with anger and fear, and started yelling into the darkness. He screamed something along the lines of, "Whoever is out there messing with us, get a life and go away." Almost immediately, we heard the sound of footsteps in the distance again. They were walking away from us, disappearing back into the blackness. I looked at Cody and told him that we should pack up our camp right now and find somewhere else to go. But he shook his head and said absolutely not. He pointed out that trying to navigate the forest and pack up all of our gear in the pitch black was a terrible idea. We both had our cans of bear spray, and he advised me to just keep mine right next to me inside my tent when we went to sleep. It was the only thing resembling a ranged weapon that we had for self-defense. For the next hour, we kept hearing faint, unsettling sounds in the distance, like the distinct cracking of tree branches. These were sounds that you would never expect an animal to make. Someone was definitely out there, and it was highly possible there was more than one person. That much was entirely clear. Eventually, fatigue started to take over, and we knew we had to go to sleep at some point. We agreed that it would be smartest to take turns staying up to keep watch, just to make absolutely sure that no one came into our campsite to steal our gear, or do something much worse. Cody generously agreed to take the very first watch. He said he would stay up outside by the dying fire and read his book. Feeling a bit safer, I crawled into my tent, zipped myself inside my sleeping bag, and slowly drifted off to sleep. Waking up in the middle of the night when you are camping is a pretty normal occurrence. You are in a cold, unfamiliar outdoor environment, lying in a sleeping bag on the hard ground. Any number of small things can wake you up. I didn't initially know what had woken me up this time. I was still in a thick mental fog, and my brain didn't feel fully awake yet. But as I opened my eyes and looked toward the mesh window of my tent, I saw a dark shape. It was a human head, peering directly into my tent from the outside. In my groggy state, I thought it was Cody. I rubbed my eyes, but the absolute darkness made it impossible to see any of the facial features. I assumed he was waking me up to take my turn on watch. I mumbled out, "Cody, is it my turn yet?" I just sat there, staring at the head that was peering at me, while my brain slowly started to wake up more and more with every passing second. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by the loud, sharp sound of a zipper. The zipper to my tent was quickly zipped up from the outside, and the dark head instantly disappeared. I laid back down in my sleeping bag, but only for a fraction of a second. I suddenly had this terrifying moment of extreme clarity. My adrenaline spiked, and I shot up into an upright position. I sat there, frozen, listening to the distinct sound of footsteps slowly walking away from my tent. I called out Cody's name, but there was absolutely no answer. I frantically unzipped the inner door of my tent and peeked out into the campsite. The fire was completely dead, nothing but cold ashes. Cody was not sitting out there. I scrambled out of my tent and rushed over to Cody's tent, which was fully zipped up. I quickly unzipped his door and looked inside, only to see Cody fast asleep, tucked deeply inside his sleeping bag. I got intense chills all over my body. The realization of what had just happened hit me like a physical blow. I almost wet myself right then and there. I grabbed Cody and started shaking him violently to wake him up. When he finally opened his eyes, looking confused, I whispered to him that someone was actively here at our campsite. It took him a minute to fully come back to reality, just like it had taken me, but as soon as he realized what I was saying, his eyes went wide. He immediately grabbed his can of bear spray. He admitted to me that he must have dozed off while he was reading his book during his watch. He decided that it would be safest if I slept in the tent with him for the rest of the night. But to do that, I needed to go back to my tent and grab my sleeping bag. Cody stepped outside of his tent with me, holding his bear spray ready, standing watch in the dark campsite as I ran over to my tent. As I scrambled inside my tent, desperately grabbing my sleeping bag, that goddamn humming sound started up again from the darkness outside. I froze, my heart pounding in my ears. Outside, Cody whispered loudly for me to hurry the hell up. I asked him if he could hear that too, and he whispered back that he did. We both scrambled back into his tent as fast as we could, zipping it shut tightly and holding our cans of bear spray close to our chests. I can tell you honestly, in those terrifying moments, I wanted nothing more than for a massive grizzly bear to come crashing into our camp and save the day. The hours dragged on agonizingly slow. I stayed wide awake, staring at the tent wall, while Cody eventually drifted back to sleep. After 3 long, horrible hours of absolute terror, the sky finally began to lighten. When Cody woke me up, it was almost dawn. There was enough light outside to see, so we immediately started packing up our things. We didn't care about folding things neatly. We just shoved everything into our bags as fast as humanly possible. By the time we were finished, there was plenty of daylight to hike back to our car. While we easily could have driven somewhere else and spent our second night camping in a different area, neither of us had any interest in doing that anymore. This had been an incredibly haunting experience, and I think we both just wanted to be back in the absolute safety of our own houses. It has been 6 years since that night happened. Cody has hit me up a few times over the years, asking if I wanted to go camping again, but I have never had any interest in going back out there since that experience. People are just far too scary. Why was someone out there in the middle of nowhere, stalking our campsite in the dead of night? And the mental image of that stranger's head just silently looking into my tent in the dark is something that will haunt my nightmares for the rest of my life. I honestly think I may never go camping ever again. Whenever I was scared of something as a kid, my dad would always tell me a very specific piece of advice. He told me that in this life you should never be scared of ghosts or monsters. He said you need to fear the living, because they are the only ones who can actually hurt you. In my late teenage years, I suddenly came into a decent amount of money. My father had tragically committed suicide, and I received a significant inheritance from his estate. At the time of my dad's passing, he and my mom owned a beautiful rustic cabin up in Oregon, located right by Mount Bachelor. The cabin had recently been put up for sale because my mom could no longer afford to keep up with the monthly mortgage payments. Renting it out to tourists was barely covering the costs, and it was becoming a massive financial burden. The cabin was scheduled to officially go on the real estate market in less than a month, and my mom was in the middle of finalizing all the necessary paperwork with her realtor and lawyer. Because of this, for that final month, the cabin was not going to be rented out to anyone. It was just going to sit completely vacant. I saw this as a perfect opportunity to get away from everything for a while and clear my head. My life had been incredibly chaotic and painful in light of my father's death, and I desperately needed some peace. I quit my job, packed up all of my snowboarding gear, grabbed my loyal dog, Midnight, and drove up to the cabin in my dad's old car. My first 2 days at the cabin were completely normal. Nothing out of the ordinary happened at all. I spent my daytime hours playing with Midnight in the deep snow and hitting the slopes for some snowboarding. In the evenings, I would just relax by playing PlayStation, listening to music, and having a few drinks out on the wooden balcony. I had fully stocked up on food, cigarettes, and liquor before arriving, so I didn't have any reason to leave the property unless I wanted to. Aside from going out to hit the slopes, I was a complete shut-in. With Midnight's silent company, some DVDs, and my games, I was actually quite content. I was finally starting to feel a sense of relaxation after all the intense drama that had preceded my trip. The cabin itself was a beautiful 2-story structure. The bottom floor consisted of a cozy living room, a small kitchen, and a side guest bedroom. The upstairs portion of the house had 2 more rooms, including the master bedroom, which had a walkout balcony attached to it. I spent almost all of my time either in the living room, the kitchen, or the upstairs master bedroom. I never had any reason to venture into the other rooms, so I kept the doors leading into them closed at all times. On the 3rd day of my stay, I was going through my usual routine. It was a day of incredibly heavy snowfall, so instead of going out to snowboard, I decided to just stay inside where it was warm. That was the day when things started to get a little bit weird. In our immediate area, there were only 2 other cabins. They were adjacent to ours, situated maybe a block away from one another. All of the other cabins in the area were located about a mile or so down the road. We were completely surrounded by dense forest and towering pine trees. Both of those adjacent cabins were completely empty, and from my first couple of days there, I knew for a fact that absolutely no one was staying in them. Around midday, I went outside to let Midnight run around. As I walked around the perimeter of the cabin, I noticed what looked like human footprints in the deep snow surrounding the house. Since it was still snowing quite heavily, the footprints looked semi-fresh. It looked like someone had walked by within the last 20 to 30 minutes. I tried to rationalize it, thinking that maybe someone had recently checked into one of the neighboring cabins, and I just hadn't noticed them. I figured they might be a shut-in just like me, but the footprints led away from my cabin and disappeared into the densest, darkest part of the pine trees. I decided to disregard it, shook off the weird feeling, and went back inside. When nighttime came around, I decided to head up to the master bedroom to go to sleep. Midnight was lying comfortably on the bed right next to me when I suddenly noticed his ears perk up. He went into a tense, listening position. A second later, he quickly jumped off the bed and ran downstairs to the living room. I lay there in the dark bed, staying completely silent. I was honestly starting to get freaked out. I could hear Midnight pacing back and forth downstairs, his claws clicking on the wooden floors. After about 5 minutes, he ran back upstairs to my room and started doing his little doggy dance, which was his universal sign that he urgently needed to go outside to pee. I couldn't say no to him, so I grabbed his leash. We went downstairs and stepped out onto the snowy driveway. But as soon as we got outside, Midnight didn't even attempt to pee. Instead, he immediately started pulling hard on his leash, trying to drag me toward the edge of the property. He kept staring intently into the dense, dark trees where I had seen the footprints earlier. He was also sniffing the side of the cabin walls and looking up toward the roof. Once he realized that I was absolutely not going to let him drag me into the dark woods, he sat himself down in the snow and just stared blankly into the pitch blackness. It was highly unusual behavior for him, but I tried to tell myself that there was probably just some wild animal out there, like a deer or a raccoon, that he wanted to chase down. I didn't want to chase anything in the freezing cold, so I pulled him back inside, locked the door, and we both went back upstairs to bed. About half an hour later, I was lying in bed trying to drift off when I heard a terrifying sound. It sounded exactly like heavy hooves walking directly on my roof. It was a distinct series of about 6 steps. I tried desperately to rationalize it. I told myself it was probably just a heavy pine cone falling from a branch onto the roof, or maybe a small forest animal running across the shingles. But deep down, I knew the steps were spaced too far apart. They had the distinct stride length of a full-grown human man. It was completely freaking me out. Midnight heard the noise too. He bolted off the bed and ran straight to the balcony screen door, whining and expecting me to let him out. At the time, I considered myself to be a pretty tough guy. I was fairly well built, strong, and confident that I could handle myself in a fight, so I grabbed my heavy coat, put on my shoes, grabbed my pack of cigarettes and a strong flashlight, and stepped out onto the master bedroom balcony. As soon as I got outside into the freezing air, I lit up a cigarette and started scanning the roof with the beam of my flashlight. There was absolutely nothing there. The thick layer of snow on top of the roof was completely undisturbed. It was incredibly weird. I started to wonder if it was all just in my head. Maybe Midnight was just feeding off my own growing paranoia. I started to calm down a bit, taking deep drags of my cigarette as my eyes slowly adjusted to the darkness. I stood there, leaning against the balcony railing, just staring out at the beautiful stars and the massive pine trees that stood right next to our cabin. And that was when my heart stopped. In a massive pine tree that was slightly taller than our cabin, located about 20 feet away from where I was standing on the balcony, I saw something. Squatting in a crouched position in between 2 thick branches was what looked like a man, but as I stared at it, I realized it was completely wrong. The figure looked freakishly tall, easily 8 or 9 feet long if it were to stand up. It was unbelievably skinny, almost skeletal. It was squatted on one branch, and its freakishly long, pale white arms were extended high above its head, gripping the branch above it for support. Its mouth was stretched wide open in a silent, expressionless gasp. I couldn't comprehend what I was looking at. I wasn't even sure if my eyes were playing tricks on me in the dark. I stood there, completely frozen, unable to move a single muscle. I heard Midnight stand up behind me, pacing nervously on the balcony, and letting out a series of low, threatened growls. The thing in the tree didn't move a millimeter. It just stayed in that bizarre crouched position, staring toward me with its mouth wide open. I put my cigarette out against the railing. I debated shining my flashlight directly at it, but a primitive voice in the back of my mind was absolutely screaming at me not to do it. I slowly walked backward, keeping my eyes on the tree, and pulled Midnight inside the bedroom with me. Once we were inside, I locked the heavy glass door securely. I finally built up the courage to shine my flashlight through the glass directly at the tree, but there was nothing there anymore. The branches were completely empty. I quickly shut the heavy curtains, blocking out the view, and retreated back to the safety of my bed. But the nightmare wasn't over. Later on in the night, as I lay wide awake in the dark, I started hearing a light, rhythmic tapping sound coming from the balcony screen door. It sounded exactly like someone was gently tapping on the glass pane with their fingernails. It was a consistent, slow tap that did not stop for nearly an entire hour. Midnight just sat on the floor, staring intently at the curtained door, but he refused to go anywhere near it. The strangest, most unsettling part of the whole thing was the overwhelming feeling I had. It felt like whatever was out there was politely inviting me to open that door. But at the exact same time, I kept hearing my late dad's voice echoing in my head, telling me to stay in bed and absolutely do not open that door. I listened to my dad's advice. I stayed right where I was under the covers. Eventually, sheer mental exhaustion took over, and I passed out. The next morning, as soon as the sun rose, it didn't take me long to pack up all of my things, put Midnight in the car, and get the absolute hell out of there. I never went back to that cabin, a long time ago, back when cell phones still had physical home buttons. I was actively searching through Craigslist and Facebook Marketplace looking for a cheap, used phone. I think I was looking for an iPhone 7 or something similar. After scrolling through countless overpriced listings, I finally found a post that caught my eye. It was a pretty generic listing for an iPhone, listed as brand new and factory unlocked, for only $300. For that time, that was an incredibly good deal. I messaged the seller, whose name was listed as Melvin. He seemed really nice and easy to talk to over text. He gave me all the minor details I asked for, assuring me that the phone was completely unlocked and that the box had never been opened. He even went out of his way to send me a quick video of the phone box, showing that the plastic seal was indeed still intact. I got his phone number, and we started discussing a good place to meet up so I could buy it. On his Facebook listing, his location was shown as being very close to my neighborhood. But over text, Melvin claimed that he had only been in that area earlier that morning, and that he had since traveled about an hour north for some business. I wasn't particularly happy about having to drive that far, but the deal was just too good to pass up. I didn't want to lose out on it. I started asking around to see if any of my friends wanted to come along with me on what I called a little road trip adventure. It was really just my way of making the boring chore of a long drive sound fun so I wouldn't have to go alone. My friend Martina eventually agreed to accompany me, but only on the condition that I promised to buy her dinner afterward. I agreed. Melvin then sent me the address of a police precinct located about an hour away. He explained over text that he only conducts his business deals in the parking lots of police stations to avoid getting scammed or robbed. I obviously had absolutely no problem with this. In fact, it made me feel a lot more comfortable and confident about the whole transaction. I picked Martina up at around 8:30 at night, and we hit the road. Having her in the passenger seat to talk to made the long drive go by really fast. It was a Friday night, so we were both in a great mood, planning to go out and get some food and drinks after the deal was done. But when we finally got off the highway near the address Melvin had sent, we realized we were in a very secluded, quiet area. It was mostly dense patches of woods, with only occasional buildings and houses scattered here and there. We pulled into the parking lot of the police precinct, but it was completely empty. There were some parked police cruisers, of course, but no civilian cars. We drove slowly around the entire building, a couple of times looking for Melvin. He had told me he would be waiting in a black Nissan Altima, but there was no such car anywhere in sight. I decided to give him a call. He answered almost immediately. He sounded stressed and told me that his car had suddenly broken down on the side of the road on his way to the station. He asked if I could drive just a little bit further to meet him where he was stranded. He sent over his exact location, and I plugged it into my GPS. He was on the shoulder of a random road with absolutely nothing on either side. And by nothing, I mean just deep, dark woods. He asked if I could bring jumper cables to help him jump start his car when I got there. I told him that I had cables and that I could do that. I figured since we had already driven an hour to get there, I didn't want to just turn around and go home empty-handed. but as I was talking to him on the phone, Martina was vigorously shaking her head at me. She was whispering no over and over. Melvin said he would see me in a few minutes and hung up the phone. As soon as the call ended, Martina practically screamed at me. She told me there was absolutely no way we were going out there. She said it was incredibly sketchy and that we needed to go straight home. I tried to calm her down. I suggested that we just drive past the location he sent, without stopping, just to see what the situation looked like. I did agree with her that it seemed highly suspicious, but I was just so annoyed at the prospect of driving 2 hours for nothing. We drove down the dark road toward the GPS pin. As we got closer, we saw the faint reflection of a car's headlights parked on the shoulder of the pitch-black road. I slowed my car down as we approached. It was indeed a black sedan, but as we drove past, we couldn't see a single person inside or outside of the vehicle. It was incredibly dark out there. There were no streetlights, no other cars, and just thick woods on both sides of the road. It was the perfect, convenient place for someone to stage a breakdown, knowing that a young kid was coming to meet them with a thick wad of cash in their pocket. Martina urgently told me to just keep driving. I agreed completely. It was the sketchiest thing I had ever seen. I pressed on the gas and drove right past the black car. Almost immediately, my phone started ringing. It was Melvin. I ignored the call. He called back again and again, but I kept ignoring him. Then, a text message popped up on my dashboard. It was from Melvin, and it said, "I just saw you drive past me. Why didn't you stop? Turn around right now." We ignored it. Martina, being a naturally positive person, tried to laugh off the tension. She reminded me that I now owed her a really good dinner. I looked up the nearest diner on my phone, and we pulled into the parking lot of a quiet, small 24-hour diner. We were practically the only customers in there, which made sense for a secluded area on a Friday night. We sat in a booth, and the waitress came over and took our coffee orders. Just as she walked away, a man entered the diner alone. He had his hood pulled up tightly over his head. He was wearing a dirty, worn-out navy blue hoodie. As he walked in, he glanced over at Martina and me, then walked over to the counter and sat on one of the bar stools. He ordered a coffee from the lady working behind the counter. But as he sat there, I noticed him constantly glancing over his shoulder at our table, looking at us every minute or so. I leaned across the table and whispered to Martina not to look, but that the guy at the counter might actually be Melvin. A moment later, our waitress brought our coffees and asked if we were ready to order food. I told her we needed just a few more minutes. Right then, the lady behind the counter handed the hooded man his coffee. He took it and said, "Thank you, darling." As soon as those words left his mouth, my blood ran cold. It was the exact same voice from the phone. It was Melvin. I looked at Martina and whispered, "That is him. We need to pay right now and leave." I waved our waitress over as quickly as possible and asked if we could just get the check for the coffees. I saw the man at the counter stiffen and look directly at us as I asked for the bill. The waitress looked confused and asked if everything was okay. I just lied and said we suddenly realized we had to get back on the road. She printed out the slip. I threw down some cash. We downed our hot coffees and walked out to my car. As we got in and locked the doors, Martina gasped and said that he was getting up to leave. I looked back through the diner window and saw the man in the blue hoodie rushing toward the exit. I started my car, threw it into drive, and sped out of the parking lot. As we pulled away, I caught a glimpse of a black sedan parked in the dark corner of the diner lot. I drove as fast as I safely could, making sure he couldn't catch up to us. We finally got back onto the highway, and I was cruising along, starting to feel like we were finally safe, but suddenly my dashboard lit up with a low tire pressure warning. The PSI in one of my rear tires was dropping incredibly fast. I knew instantly what had happened. He must have slashed my tire while we were inside the diner. To avoid ruining my wheel, I had to pull over onto the dark shoulder of the highway. I got out and confirmed my fears. There was a clean, deep slice in the sidewall of my tire. It took me about 15 minutes in the freezing cold to swap the tire out with my spare. The entire night had turned into an absolute disaster. But true to my word, I still took Martina to get some food at a different place once we got closer to home. Now, years later, Martina and I look back on this as a crazy story that we tell at parties. But deep down, it is absolutely horrifying to think about how close we actually came to walking right into a dangerous trap. A few years ago, I was seeing this girl for a couple of weeks. We had met on a popular dating app and had gone on 2 pretty decent dates. Her name was Phoebe. She was about 4 years older than me, which I didn't mind at all. Our first date had been a simple night of getting drinks at a local bar. And for our second date, we actually went out with a group of my close friends on the weekend. After the hangout, my friends had pretty neutral opinions about her. When I asked what they thought, they just said she seemed nice, but was a little bit quiet. It wasn't until much later that they actually revealed what they really thought of her. A few days after that second date, Phoebe invited me to go with her to an upcoming high school reunion party. She explained that she really didn't want to go to the event alone, and honestly, since she had gone out of her way to hang out with my friends, I felt like I owed her a favor. So, I agreed to go. The reunion was scheduled for a Saturday evening in the middle of the fall. I found it a bit strange because she told me the event wasn't being organized by the school administration at all. Instead, she said it was being organized and funded by a very wealthy guy from her graduating class, and it was being hosted at his private estate. Now, I haven't had my own high school reunion yet, but as far as I know, these events are almost always held at local bars, restaurants, or rented banquet halls. Having it at a private house seemed a bit unusual, but I didn't think too much of it. We drove over to the address she gave me, and I had to admit, the house was absolutely massive and very fancy. It had a large wrought iron gated driveway, but as we pulled up I noticed there were no luxury cars parked anywhere in sight. In fact, there weren't many cars parked out front at all. I just assumed that maybe the wealthy owner had parked his own cars inside the closed garage to make room for guests. But the very second we stepped through the front door and entered the foyer, the vibe felt incredibly off. I felt like every single person in the room immediately stopped what they were doing and stared directly at us. More specifically, they were staring at me. A few people slowly walked up to Phoebe, gave her polite hugs, and then immediately shifted their intense focus onto me. I felt like I was being aggressively interrogated. They started asking me incredibly deep, personal questions about my life. They wanted to know what I did for a living, where I grew up, who I lived with, and what my financial situation was. Eventually, Phoebe pulled me away from the group, but only to lead me over to another group of people who proceeded to ask me the exact same types of intrusive questions. I also noticed something else that felt highly unusual. Everyone in the room seemed to be significantly older than 28, which was the age Phoebe had told me she was. Many of these people looked like they were easily in their late 30s or even early 40s. I leaned over and made a quiet comment about it to Phoebe. She just laughed it off and said that some of her old classmates simply weren't aging very well. I asked her if she actually remembered all of these people from her school days, and she insisted that she did. I then asked her who the host of the party was, because I was genuinely curious to meet the owner of such a beautiful estate, but she just shrugged and said she hadn't seen him around yet. Throughout the entire time I was there, I felt like everyone in the room was shooting me daggers with their eyes. They would not look away from me. I whispered this to Phoebe, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, but she just smiled and said they were probably just wondering who the handsome new guy was. At the time, I tried to accept that as a logical explanation, but the awkwardness in that house was growing by the minute. It is hard to fully put into words, but this was absolutely not what a normal high school reunion feels like. There was no music playing in the background at all, which made the quiet conversations in the room feel incredibly stark. Furthermore, everyone was dressed very strangely. They weren't dressed like normal people in their late 20s. I was getting so incredibly uncomfortable with the constant, unblinking stares I was receiving that I finally told Phoebe I needed to run to the restroom. Realistically, I didn't actually have to use the bathroom. I just desperately wanted to get out of that tense room and clear my head. I walked out into the massive, quiet hallway. I didn't even have a drink in my hand to make me look natural. I was just wandering around this giant, silent house empty-handed, and every single person I passed in the corridors just stopped and stared at me. I finally found a bathroom, stepped inside, and locked the door securely behind me. I leaned against the sink and took a deep breath, trying to re-gather my thoughts and take a break from the suffocating awkwardness outside. I pulled out my phone and frantically texted my friends, telling them about how incredibly weird this supposed reunion was. I asked them how I could politely convince Phoebe that we needed to leave early. We had only been there for about 30 to 40 minutes, and this mysterious, wealthy host was still nowhere to be found. Suddenly, my phone buzzed. It was a text from Phoebe asking where I had gone. I replied that I was just in the bathroom and would be out in a minute. I followed that up by texting her that the party felt really weird and that I was down to leave soon. She texted back, asking why. I replied that everyone was acting incredibly strange. Just then, there was a loud, firm knock on the bathroom door. I realized I couldn't just sit in there forever, so I quickly washed my hands, unlocked the door, and stepped out. Standing outside was a guy who looked like one of the younger people at the gathering. As I stepped past him, he leaned in close and said in an incredibly low, hushed voice, "You need to leave right now. That girl is not who she says she is." I completely froze in the middle of the hallway. I looked at him and stammered, "You mean Phoebe?" The guy smirked, looked around the empty hallway and whispered, "Whatever she told you her name was." He then asked me what she had told me this party was. I told him that she told me it was her high school reunion. The guy let out a dark chuckle and said, "Do these people look like they are here for a high school reunion?" He leaned in one last time and said, "Trust me, leave sooner rather than later." Then, he quickly stepped into the bathroom and shut the door. I stood there, my mind racing. I was already highly suspicious of everything going on in that house, and that guy's warning completely confirmed my worst fears. I decided right then and there that I wasn't going to go back into that room. I walked straight down the long hallway toward the front exit, trying my absolute best not to draw any attention to myself. I could still feel the heavy stares of the remaining guests on the back of my neck as I reached the door. I walked out into the cool night air, got straight into my car, and drove home. Phoebe texted me a few minutes later asking where I had gone. I didn't reply right away. When I finally got back to the safety of my apartment, I decided to do a search of her phone number on a public records website called White Pages. As I suspected, the phone number was absolutely not registered under the name Phoebe. The name that came up on the screen was Claire Foster furthermore. The home address listed for her on the database was completely different from the house where I had picked her up for our first 2 dates. I suddenly realized with a shudder that both times I had picked her up, she was already standing outside on the sidewalk waiting for me. I had never actually seen her walk out of the front door of those houses. I realized she had been lying to me about absolutely everything from day one. I texted her back a short message saying that I had to leave because of an emergency. And then I immediately blocked her number on everything. When I told my friends about it, they finally admitted that they had thought she was incredibly weird and off from the very moment they met her. They just hadn't wanted to say anything to make me feel bad. One of my friends joked that the whole situation sounded exactly like the plot of the movie Get Out. My family and friends still have their own little theories about what was really happening in that massive, quiet house. Some people think I might be exaggerating the danger of the situation, but whenever they say that, I just remind them about the fake name, the fake addresses, and the terrifying warning from that stranger outside the bathroom. It makes me wonder what would have happened to me if I hadn't walked out of that house when I did. This next incident happened back when I was a very young child, probably around 8 years old. My parents had me much later in their lives, so my 2 older siblings were both at least 10 years older than me. Because of the age gap, I often felt like an only child growing up in our house. One night, I was suddenly woken up in the middle of the night by a loud commotion coming from downstairs. It sounded like my parents were frantically running around. I cracked my bedroom door open slightly and listened closely. I could hear my parents talking in panicked, stressed voices, but I couldn't quite make out what they were saying. I crept out of my room, walked over to the top of the dark stairway, and called down to them. My mom quickly came to the bottom of the stairs, looked up at me, and told me in a firm but loving voice to go straight back to bed. I was a good kid, so I didn't ask any questions. I just turned around and went back to my room. I was lying in bed, trying to fall back asleep, when I heard the heavy front door downstairs slam shut. After that, the entire house fell into a deep, dead silence. I assumed that my parents had left the house for some reason, though I had no idea why they would do that in the middle of the night. Either way, I tried to stay calm and eventually drifted back to sleep. Sometime later, I was woken up again by sounds coming from downstairs. It was the distinct sound of the front door gently closing, followed by the sound of footsteps walking across the floor. But there was absolutely no talking. Naturally, my young mind assumed that my parents had just gotten back home and were trying to be as quiet as possible so they wouldn't wake me up. I heard occasional soft thuds and footsteps moving around the lower level of the house. I could hear kitchen drawers and cabinets being opened and closed, and I was sure I heard the distinct seal of the refrigerator door opening. I figured it was probably my older brother Chris. He was 18 at the time, already driving, and he had a habit of staying out very late with his friends. Him coming home at 2 in the morning and rummaging through the fridge for a late-night snack was a completely normal occurrence in our house. These were all logical, comforting explanations that I was telling myself to keep from getting scared. But then I heard the footsteps leave the kitchen and start coming up the stairs. They were getting louder and closer with every step. The footsteps reached the top landing and made their way directly toward my bedroom door. I watched as my door slowly and quietly creaked open. I didn't sit up or make a sound. I just lay there with my eyes wide open, staring at the opening. There were no lights on in the hallway, so the person walking around was doing so in complete darkness. All I could see was a large black silhouette standing in my doorway, with the distinct shape of a head peering in at me. I whispered out Chris's name, then my mom's, then my dad's. When no one answered, I simply asked, "Who is there?" The figure didn't say a word. They just slowly closed my door, and I heard their footsteps start walking back down the stairs. I was left there feeling incredibly confused and mildly creeped out. But I was convinced it was just my dad coming up to check on me after they got home, and that he had ignored my questions because he thought I was asleep. My curiosity eventually got the better of me. I decided to go downstairs to see what was going on. I kept all the lights off as I crept down the stairs, using the wall to guide myself in the dark. As I approached the doorway of the kitchen, I froze. Standing right in the middle of the dark kitchen was a very tall, dark figure. I whispered, "Dad?" I assumed it was him based on the sheer size of the person. But a deep, completely unfamiliar voice replied from the dark, saying, "Go back upstairs." Panic instantly seized my entire body. I turned around and sprinted up the stairs as fast as my little legs could carry me. I slammed my bedroom door shut, jumped under my covers, and pulled them over my head. I sat there shivering, my mind spinning. The only thing my innocent 8-year-old brain was focused on was why my dad's voice had sounded so incredibly strange. The horrifying reality that a complete stranger was currently standing in our kitchen hadn't even dawned on me yet. A little while later, I heard the front door open again, followed by another loud commotion downstairs. This time, I heard the familiar, unmistakable voices of my actual parents. I crept back to the top of the stairs, and when my mom saw me standing there, she looked completely shocked and asked why I was still awake. I asked her what had happened. She explained to me that my brother Chris had gotten into a bad car accident, but that he was going to be fine. I found out months later that Chris had been driving in a condition he shouldn't have been in, and my parents had received an emergency call from the hospital. They had rushed out of the house in a complete panic to go see him, leaving me asleep in my bed. I asked my dad if he had come up to my room to check on me earlier. That was the exact moment when the color completely drained from both of my parents' faces. They realized they had been gone for hours, and neither of them had been in the house. My mom started screaming at my dad, realizing that in his rush to leave, he had completely neglected to lock the front door. When I told them about the dark figure standing in my doorway and the strange man in the kitchen who told me to go upstairs, my dad immediately grabbed his gun and started searching the entire house, while my mom frantically called the police. The last thing I remember from that night was sitting wrapped in a blanket, trying to explain my story to a police officer. My parents later told me they felt like absolute fools having to explain to the cops that they had accidentally left their 8-year-old child home alone with the front door wide open in the middle of the night. Thankfully, nothing of value was stolen from the house, and the intruder clearly didn't have the intention of harming me, since he had simply told me to go back upstairs. But having a complete stranger wander around your dark home is a terrifying experience for anyone. Now, imagine experiencing that when you are only 8 years old, For a brief period in my life, I worked as a professional direct care aide. My job was to assist individuals with developmental disabilities in their daily lives. On one particular occasion, I was hired to watch over a 65-year-old woman named Martha. Martha suffered from a developmental disability, as well as an advanced stage of dementia. Her daughter, Colleen, who was in her late 40s, worked a demanding overnight shift and desperately needed a qualified caretaker with actual medical experience to watch her mother during the night. When I say I once worked for them, I mean that literally. I worked for them for exactly one single night, and you are about to understand exactly why I never went back. I suspect that Colleen didn't have any other family members who were willing or able to watch her mother, and she probably couldn't afford to place Martha in a proper nursing home. Or, it was highly possible, she just felt more comfortable hiring someone with my specific professional background. At the time, I was already working as a direct care provider for 2 other women, so I was highly experienced, but absolutely nothing could have prepared me for what happened that night. Colleen had to leave for her shift early in the evening. I had already worked my regular day job, so I was pushing my physical limits, trying to make as much extra money as possible. Before Colleen left, she introduced me to Martha. Martha gave me a very sweet, warm smile before Colleen escorted her upstairs to her bedroom for the night. It was around 9 o'clock in the evening. Before walking out the door, Colleen pulled me aside and warned me about something. She said that Martha would sometimes get out of bed and walk around the house at night. She said she would appear highly confused and that I would just need to gently calm her down and guide her back to her bedroom. I asked her if this was a form of sleepwalking, but Colleen clarified that it was actually one of the behavioral symptoms of her advanced dementia. I assured her that I had dealt with similar behaviors before and knew exactly how to handle it. After Colleen left, I settled into the living room. I put on a TV show to pass the time. As you can imagine, these kinds of overnight jobs aren't very glamorous. For the most part, it is just a lot of sitting around and waiting. Around 10 o'clock, I heard the faint sound of footsteps coming from upstairs. I walked over to the bottom of the staircase, looked up, and called out Martha's name. I asked if she needed anything, but there was no response. I heard the footsteps retreat back toward her bedroom, and then I heard her door gently close. I figured she had just gotten up to use the restroom, so I went back to the couch and continued watching my show. About an hour later, I decided to go into the kitchen to grab a sandwich that I had brought with me and stored in the refrigerator. I plated my sandwich and started walking back toward the living room. As I stepped through the kitchen doorway, my heart nearly jumped out of my chest. I gasped and dropped my plate, sending it shattering across the floor. Standing right there in the dark hallway was Martha. She was staring at me. I immediately apologized for the noise and asked her if she was okay. But instead of replying calmly, she started screaming at me at the top of her lungs. She kept screaming, "Who are you? And why are you in my house?" I kept my voice as calm and soothing as possible. I reminded her of my name and explained that I was her direct care worker, and that I was there to keep her safe. She continued to scream that she didn't know me, but after a few minutes of gentle reassurance, I finally managed to calm her down. I guided her back up the stairs and into her bedroom. I brought her a fresh glass of water and a melatonin gummy to help her sleep. I stood by her bed and made sure she actually swallowed them before I headed back downstairs. By the time 2 in the morning rolled around, I was absolutely exhausted. My body was screaming for sleep. There was a small spare bedroom located upstairs with a twin-sized bed, and Colleen had told me that I was welcome to rest there if Martha was settled. I felt confident that the melatonin had done its job, and that Martha was fast asleep for the night. I went upstairs, crawled into the twin bed, and fell asleep within seconds, but my rest didn't last long. I woke up about an hour later to an incredibly disturbing sound coming from downstairs. It was a loud, rhythmic slamming noise. Every couple of seconds, I would hear a heavy metallic slam. I bolted out of bed. I had purposely left my bedroom door cracked open so I would be able to hear if Martha got out of bed. I crept out to the hallway and quickly realized the slamming noise was coming from the kitchen. I crept down the stairs as fast as I could while trying to remain completely silent. When I reached the bottom, I peeked around the corner into the dark kitchen. What I saw looked like a scene straight out of a horror movie. In the pitch blackness of the kitchen, I could see Martha's dark silhouette. She was standing directly in front of the kitchen oven. She was repeatedly pulling the heavy metal oven door wide open and then violently slamming it shut over and over again. It was incredibly unsettling. I raised my voice and called out her name. Martha immediately froze. She stopped slamming the door, slowly turned her head toward me, and closed the oven door one final time. She didn't say a word. She just started walking slowly toward me, heading toward the stairs. I stepped back and asked her in a quiet, trembling voice if she was okay. As she passed by me, she got close enough for me to see her face. She had a completely blank, expressionless stare. She didn't even look at me as she walked past and started climbing the stairs. I followed her up to her room. As soon as she got inside, she slammed her bedroom door shut. I knocked gently on the wood and asked if she was all right. There was no answer. I slowly opened the door to check on her, and I saw her standing at the far side of her bed, just staring blankly at the wall. I had seen a lot of strange behaviors in my line of work, but this was incredibly creepy. I walked over, gently took her arm, and guided her back into her bed. I tucked her in, wished her a good night, and quietly closed the door. I went back to the spare bedroom and lay down. I tried to stay awake for at least 30 minutes just to make sure she didn't get up again, but my extreme exhaustion got the better of me, and I fell back asleep. Sometime later, I woke up once more. The room was still completely pitch black. I looked around, wondering what had woken me up this time. That was when I heard a faint rustling sound coming from inside the bedroom closet. I stared at the closet door and realized it was cracked open slightly. Peeking out from the dark gap was a pale human head. My heart stopped. I gasped out Martha's name. There was no response. I kept calling her name, my voice cracking with fear. Finally, she slowly pushed the closet door wide open and began to step toward the bed. She started repeating the exact same words she had screamed at me earlier. "Who are you? I don't know you." I frantically reached over to the bedside table and fumbled with the lamp until the light finally clicked on, and that was when I saw it. Clutched tightly in Martha's right hand was a massive, sharp kitchen knife. In that single instant, everything changed. Martha was no longer just a confused patient. She was an active, deadly threat to my life. I scrambled backward on the bed and screamed at her to put the knife down. My loud scream seemed to agitate her even more. She stepped closer, waving the knife, and continued to scream that she didn't know who I was. I knew there was absolutely no way I was going to try and negotiate with a knife-wielding dementia patient. That was definitely not in my job description. I quickly calculated my escape route, jumped off the opposite side of the bed, and bolted for the door. As I ran past her, she screamed and took a wild swipe at me with the knife. Fortunately, it was a slow, weak swing, and she missed me completely. I sprinted down the stairs, grabbed my keys, and ran out the front door into the safety of the night. Instead of calling the police, I decided to call Colleen first. I knew that involving law enforcement could make things incredibly complicated for their family, so I wanted to give her a chance to handle it. When Colleen answered, she was furious that I had left her mother alone. I yelled back at her, explaining that her mother had literally just tried to stab me with a kitchen knife. Colleen had to leave her shift and rush home. I stayed outside in my locked car, keeping a close eye on the front door to make sure Martha didn't wander outside. When Colleen finally arrived and we went back inside, Martha was tucked back into her bed, fast asleep. Colleen actually had the audacity to accuse me of exaggerating the entire incident until she walked over to Martha's bed and found the large kitchen knife lying right on the nightstand. I decided to leave out the fact that I had gone to sleep, just to avoid giving her any extra leverage to blame me. I packed up my things and drove home. I never worked for that family again, and in all my 9 years of being a direct care aide, Martha was by far the scariest patient I ever had to deal with. When I was 23 years old, I had to move to a completely different state for a new job. I still work for the same company today, but thankfully, I have since been able to transfer back to my hometown office. But at the time, I was young, broke, and desperately needed to find a place to live that wouldn't completely break my bank account. I decided to post an ad looking for a roommate on basically every platform I could think of, including Facebook, Craigslist, Twitter, and even my new city's local subreddit. A few days later, a guy named Rob reached out to me on Facebook. He told me that he had a spare bedroom available in his house for a very reasonable price. I went to his profile and checked out his photos. He looked like a pretty normal, average guy. I was open to the idea of having a male roommate as long as he seemed respectable. Even though my parents were highly against the idea of me living with a strange man, Rob and I eventually set up a FaceTime call so we could chat, and he could give me a virtual tour of the property. He explained that he actually owned the house outright. It was a modest, clean home located right in the center of town, which was perfect because it was only a 10-minute drive from my new office. Rob seemed very friendly and polite on the call, and I didn't get any bad vibes from him whatsoever. His price was very fair, and his house rules seemed completely reasonable. He told me the room was ready for me to move in immediately, so we shook hands virtually and agreed on the deal. A week later, I had my car packed to the brim and drove down to the house. Rob met me right outside on the driveway, greeted me warmly, and handed me my own set of keys. The very first thing I noticed about him in person was that he was incredibly short. He was actually the exact same height as me, right at eye level. He was very polite and helped me carry some of my heaviest bags inside. He showed me to my room, which was already fully furnished. He mentioned that one of his friends had been living in the room previously, but had recently moved out. I made sure to replace all of the pillows and bed sheets with my own, of course. For the rest of that first day, I just focused on unpacking and settling into my new space. I could tell that Rob was trying hard to get to know me and make me feel welcome in his home. I didn't get any overly flirtatious vibes from him at first. The next day was a Sunday, and Rob offered to drive me around the area to show me the local spots. I wasn't super eager to go, but I figured it would be a good way to start our roommate relationship off on the right foot, so I agreed. He drove us around town, pointing out the best grocery stores, shopping centers, and restaurants. But then, he suggested that we stop and grab a sit-down lunch together. I really wasn't hungry, and the way he was suggesting the lunch felt a bit too much like a date. I wanted to make sure he didn't get the wrong impression. I was just his tenant, and I needed to keep things professional. I told him I wasn't hungry, but he immediately suggested that we go grab a couple of drinks at a local bar instead. I politely declined his offer, telling him that I never drink on nights before a workday. He started to get a bit pushy, saying, "Come on, it is just a couple of quick drinks, it won't hurt." I maintained my polite but firm boundary and said maybe another time. Almost instantly, his entire demeanor changed. He went completely silent and got a very sour look on his face, clearly upset by my rejection. I'll admit I felt pretty uncomfortable, but I brushed it off, thinking it was just a minor awkward moment. That week was my very first week at my new job, so my mind was completely consumed with trying to adjust to my new routine. But a few days into the week, I came home to do some laundry. As I walked into my room, I noticed that my laundry hamper, which was full of my dirty clothes, seemed to have been moved from where I always kept it. It was a small detail, but it felt off. When I started loading my clothes into the washing machine, I realized with a shock that a specific pair of my underwear was missing. I went back to my room and searched every single nook and cranny, thinking I must have misplaced it, but it was completely gone. A highly disturbing thought popped into my mind. What if Rob had gone into my room and taken it? I tried to force the thought out of my head. I didn't want to believe that he was capable of doing something so incredibly creepy, and there was absolutely no way I was going to confront him about it without proof. But from that moment on, I started desperately wishing that my bedroom door had a lock on it. That weekend, while Rob was out of the house, I drove over to the local hardware store and bought a lockable doorknob. I came home and quickly swapped out the existing doorknob on my bedroom door with the new locked one. Finally, I felt a sense of security. I could leave the house knowing my privacy was protected. I figured I would just mention the change to Rob the next time I saw him. But he didn't come home at all that night. At around 1:30 in the morning, I was suddenly jolted awake by the sound of someone violently banging on my bedroom door. It was Rob. He was aggressively calling out my name, and his voice sounded incredibly angry. I checked my phone and realized how late it was. I was terrified. I decided to just lie completely still and pretend that I was fast asleep. I was honestly too scared to open the door and face him. I had a strong feeling that his anger had everything to do with the new locked doorknob, and I was right. The next morning, I woke up to a barrage of angry text messages from Rob. He told me that we needed to have a serious talk as soon as I got home from work. I texted him back, asking if this was about the doorknob. He replied with a simple yes. I texted him an apology and explained that I had been planning on telling him about it. He immediately shot back a message saying, "It comes off today." I was starting to get incredibly bad, aggressive vibes from him. I took a few minutes to carefully craft my next response. I explained to him that as a young woman living alone with a man I didn't know very well, having a lock on my door simply made me feel much safer and gave me the privacy I needed. He replied a bit more politely this time, but he still firmly insisted that the lock had to be removed immediately. I was incredibly frustrated, but since it was his house, I felt like I had to respect his rules. I went home the next day, removed the locked doorknob and put the original one back on. But things were about to get so much worse. A few days later, while Rob was away at work, there was a quiet knock at the front door. I opened it to find a young woman, roughly my age, standing on the porch. She looked at me with a worried expression and asked if I was currently living there with Rob. When I told her that I was, she looked me dead in the eye and told me that I needed to pack my things and get out of that house immediately. She explained that Rob had multiple active restraining orders against him from several different women. She said he was a well-known, highly dangerous stalker in the area. I was completely speechless. My heart sank into my stomach. I asked her how she even knew I was living there. She explained that she lived nearby and knew that Rob had been trying to rent out his spare room. She said she wasn't at all surprised when she saw that he had chosen a young, unsuspecting girl to move in. She had been waiting for a moment when his car wasn't in the driveway so she could safely come over and warn me. I thanked her from the bottom of my heart. I was absolutely terrified now. I had already paid Rob rent for the entire month, but I didn't care about the money anymore. The girl promised to help me in any way she could, gave me her phone number, and walked away. I immediately started packing my clothes into suitcases. I hopped online and frantically searched for any available apartments in the area. Luckily, I found a studio apartment sublet across town that was available for immediate move-in. I began quietly loading some of my smaller bags into the trunk of my car. I sent Rob a text message, lying to him and saying that a family emergency had suddenly come up and that I would have to pack up and move back home the following day. He didn't reply to my text. About an hour later, I heard his car pull into the driveway. He walked into the house, came straight to my room, and asked me about my text. I did my absolute best to act natural and play up the fake family emergency. He looked at me suspiciously, but eventually nodded and said he would go to the bank the next morning to get my rent money back. I felt a massive wave of relief wash over me, but later that evening, there was a soft knock on my door. It was Rob. He stood in the doorway and asked me if some girl had come by the house and said something to me. I forced myself to look confused. I lied and said no, and asked him what he meant. He just muttered, "Never mind," and said it just felt like I was running away for some other reason. I continued to insist that it was purely because of my family. He finally nodded and walked away. That night, I fell into a restless sleep. Sometime in the middle of the night, I suddenly woke up. My eyes adjusted to the dark room, and my heart instantly stopped. I let out a blood-curdling scream. Sitting right at the foot of my bed, completely silent, was Rob. He immediately lunged forward, placed his hand tightly over my mouth, and hissed, "Shh, stop screaming." I was shivering violently. I begged him not to hurt me. He looked at me in the dark and said, "Why would I hurt you? I know that girl said something to you. You shouldn't believe what those crazy girls say about me." I told him through my tears that he was terrifying me. And then, he did something that was so incredibly disturbing it still makes my skin crawl. He reached out and started gently caressing my bare leg, whispering, "I don't mean to scare you." The physical touch snapped me out of my frozen state. I violently kicked my leg away, scrambled off the bed, and ran out of the room as fast as I could. Rob screamed at me to stop, but I didn't look back. I sprinted out the front door, ran down the street, and frantically called 911 on my phone. I hid behind a large bush at the corner of the block until the police cruisers arrived. I explained the entire horrifying situation to the officers. They walked back to the house with me and made Rob step outside to give his side of the story. I told the police that I didn't care about anything else. I just wanted to get the rest of my belongings out of that house so I could leave. The officers stood guard inside my room. watching over me as I quickly threw the rest of my things into trash bags and carried them out to my car. While the police were standing there, I also demanded that Rob send me my refund money via Venmo. With the officers watching him, he had no choice but to comply. The entire time the police were present, Rob did his absolute best to act like a completely normal, polite guy. But once we were outside, one of the officers pulled me aside and confirmed that Rob indeed had a lengthy record of arrests and complaints involving harassment and stalking of women. But since Rob denied ever entering my room or touching me that night, it was ultimately just my word against his. I drove away from that house and checked into a nearby hotel for the night. The very next day, I officially moved into the studio apartment. I was incredibly lucky that the landlord was able to accommodate such a sudden move. But that night changed me. I made a solemn promise to myself that I will never, under any circumstances, live with a man I do not know ever again. One night, when I was about 15 or 16 years old, I found myself completely home alone. I can't quite remember where the rest of my family had gone, but I knew I had the entire house to myself for the night. Back then, I was an absolute gaming addict. I was completely obsessed with a PC game called StarCraft, and I would regularly spend my entire weekend nights glued to my computer screen. This was right before the global lockdowns began. My bedroom was located on the first floor of our house. I was sitting at my desk, deep in the middle of an intense StarCraft match, when the front doorbell suddenly rang twice. I groaned, not wanting to walk away from my game and risk losing the match. I stood up and hurried to the front door. As I always did when I was home alone, I kept the door closed and called out, "Who is it?" A very soft, weak voice responded from the other side of the door. It sounded like an older woman, but her words were muffled. I slowly opened the heavy wooden door, keeping the locked metal storm door between us. Standing on the porch was an elderly woman. She had a wide, friendly smile on her face, but she was holding both of her hands behind her back. I looked through the glass and asked how I could help her. She told me that she desperately needed to use a phone and asked if I would let her step inside the house. Ever since I was a little kid, my parents had drilled it into my head to never, under any circumstances, let a stranger into our home. That rule applied to everyone, even sweet-looking old ladies. But I felt incredibly awkward. I didn't know how to politely turn her away. I decided to tell her that there was a public library located just a few blocks down the street, and that they would definitely have a phone she could use, deep down. I knew the library was already closed for the night, but I was just desperately trying to get this stranger to leave my porch. The woman's smile didn't waver, but her tone suddenly shifted. She looked at me and said, "That is very rude of you to turn away an old lady who is just asking for help." I felt a pang of guilt, but I stuck to my rules. I told her that my parents had a very strict house rule about not letting strangers inside when they weren't home. I started slowly closing the heavy wooden door, offering a quick apology. She just stood there on the porch, completely motionless, staring at me with that same wide smile. But now, that smile felt incredibly menacing. I walked back to my bedroom and sat down at my computer, trying to get back into my game. But a few minutes later, the front doorbell rang again. I decided right then and there that I was absolutely not going to open that door a second time. That woman had given off incredibly strange, unsettling vibes. I tried to tell myself that maybe she was just suffering from dementia and was confused about where she was. But I wasn't going to take any chances. I turned off the volume on my computer game, unable to concentrate anymore. Suddenly, I heard a quiet, metallic tapping sound coming from my bedroom window. The window was located directly in front of my desk. I had the blinds pulled all the way down, so I couldn't see outside, but my heart immediately began to race. My bedroom was the only room in the entire house that currently had a light on. The horrifying realization that the old woman had walked off the porch and was now standing right outside my bedroom window terrified me. The rhythmic, metallic tapping on the glass continued. I couldn't stand it anymore. I stood up, left my bedroom, and walked into the dark living room, sitting on the couch in complete silence. A moment later, the front doorbell rang yet again. This woman was actively harassing me now. I tried to convince myself that she wasn't a real threat, just a confused elderly person. When the doorbell rang for the third and fourth time, I decided to go back to the door. I figured I could at least ask her through the closed door if there was a specific phone number she wanted me to dial for her. But when I opened the wooden door and looked through the storm glass, the old woman was gone. Standing there instead was a man who looked to be about 10 years younger than her. He looked at me through the glass and asked if I had seen his elderly mother. I told him that she had just been at my door a few minutes prior. The man looked incredibly relieved, apologized profusely, and explained that his mother suffered from severe dementia and had managed to slip out of their house. I immediately felt a wave of relief and guilt. But then the man asked if he could step inside my house for just a second. The awkwardness returned. Why would he need to come inside my house to find his mother? I maintained my boundary and told him that we could just talk through the closed door. I mentioned that I thought his mother might have walked into my backyard, because I had just heard some strange noises tapping on my bedroom window a few minutes ago. I told him he was welcome to go around the side of the house and check the backyard. He thanked me, stepped off the porch, and walked down the side path. I hurried to the back of the house and peeked out the kitchen window, expecting to see him searching the yard with a flashlight. But the backyard was completely empty. There was no sign of the man or his mother anywhere. The whole situation felt incredibly off. I decided to head upstairs to my parents' room and try to go to sleep early. I left the TV on in the background to help drown out the silence. But just as I was starting to drift off, I heard that distinct, metallic tapping sound again. It was coming from my bedroom window downstairs. I decided I needed to see what was actually going on. I crept downstairs, walked into my dark bedroom, and slowly approached the window. I reached out, grabbed the plastic blind, and lifted it up just a few inches to peek outside. Standing right there in the dark, staring directly up at me with that same terrifying wide smile, was the old woman, and in her hand, she was repeatedly tapping the blade of a large kitchen knife directly against my window pane. I let go of the blind, scrambled backward, and fell onto my bed. I was shivering, unable to comprehend the horror of what I was seeing. A few seconds later, the front doorbell started ringing violently, over and over again. The tapping on my window finally stopped. I lay frozen in my bed, realizing that the entire thing had been a coordinated setup. The man and the old woman were working together, trying to trick me into opening the door so they could rob the house or do something much worse. I refused to move. I stayed in my bed, praying they would eventually go away. I didn't have my own cell phone at the time, and for some reason, I was too terrified to run to the kitchen and use the landline to call the police. I just waited in the dark until the ringing finally stopped and the night fell silent. The next morning, I called my dad and told him everything that had happened. He praised me for being smart and keeping the doors locked. When my parents got home, we all agreed that it was almost certainly an attempted home invasion. If I had let my guard down for even a second, or if I had opened that door to help that supposed concerned son, I don't even want to think about what they would have done to me. This next story happened a very long time ago, so some of the minor details are a bit blurry. But the core memory of that day is something that is permanently burned into my brain. It was the absolute last day of the school year, and I was in the 4th grade. In our local school district, 4th grade was the very last year of elementary school, meaning it was the last year where students were required to be picked up directly by a parent or guardian. Once you reached the 5th grade, you were finally allowed to walk home on your own. My mother was always the one who picked me up from school, and on this particular day, my best friend Dennis and I had a big play date planned to celebrate the start of summer vacation. Dennis wasn't in my specific class that year, but we had been best friends since kindergarten. Because we were in different classes, we were assigned to different dismissal hallways at the end of the day. When the final bell rang, my class lined up in a single file line and walked down to our designated exit door, where we waited outside on the sidewalk with our teacher, Miss Blue. I stood there, scanning the massive crowd of parents shuffling around the parking lot waiting to spot Dennis's dad. Suddenly, I heard a voice call out my name, "Tommy, Tommy." I looked over and saw a man waving at me as he approached our group. He walked up, introduced himself as Dennis's uncle, and told me that he was there to pick me up. I turned to Miss Blue and told her that my friend's uncle was here to take me. Miss Blue looked at the man, who offered a polite wave, and she dismissed me without asking for any identification. I grabbed my backpack and walked away with him. As we walked toward the parking lot, I noticed the man seemed incredibly jittery. He spoke very fast, had a slight stutter, and was walking at a very brisk pace. It was actually quite difficult for me to keep up with him, with my heavy backpack weighing me down. He quickly explained to me that his brother Dennis's dad had been called into work late, so he had been asked to drive me back to their house instead. We eventually reached his car, which was a dark red hatchback. I climbed into the back seat, and as he started the engine, I finally realized the massive elephant in the room. I looked around the car and realized Dennis wasn't there. I asked him where Dennis was, and why we hadn't picked him up too. The man turned around in his seat, looked at me, and said that Dennis was already waiting for us at his house. I was an incredibly shy kid around adults I didn't know, so I didn't push the issue, even though I was feeling very confused. The entire drive, the man wouldn't stop talking. He was rambling on about his own elementary school days, and asking me all kinds of questions about what sports I played and what we were learning in class. We had been driving for about 10 minutes, which felt like a really long time. In our small town, all the houses were packed close together, and my own house was only a 5-minute walk from the school. We were definitely in an unfamiliar part of town. The man finally pulled the car up to a small, ordinary-looking house. He unlocked the car doors, led me up the front steps, and quickly locked the heavy front door behind us as soon as we stepped inside. The interior of the house was incredibly dark. I realized that every single window had heavy dark curtains drawn shut, completely blocking out the afternoon sun. It felt like nighttime in there, and the only light came from a single, dim lamp in the corner of the living room. The man turned to me and smiled. I looked around nervously and asked where Dennis was. The man's demeanor suddenly became incredibly twitchy and nervous. He stammered out that Dennis was downstairs in the basement playing video games, and told me to wait right there while he went to grab him. He turned and walked into a nearby room, and a second later, I heard the creak of a door opening, followed by the sound of footsteps heading down into a basement. My heart immediately began to hammer against my ribs. A primitive survival instinct kicked in, and I knew with absolute certainty that I was in extreme danger. I crept over to the front door and gently turned the knob, but it was locked tight. It was one of those deadbolts that required a physical key to open from both the inside and the outside, and the key was nowhere to be seen. I began to panic. I realized that Dennis was definitely not in this house. I ran into the kitchen and spotted a landline phone hanging on the wall. I frantically pulled the receiver off the hook and dialed 911. As soon as the operator answered, I whispered into the receiver as quietly as I could, "Please send help. I think I have been kidnapped." The operator heard me and started asking me questions, but I was too terrified to speak. I quickly set the phone down on the counter and hid it beneath a kitchen towel, leaving the line wide open so the operator could hear everything. I scrambled back to the living room, just as I heard the man's heavy footsteps coming back up the stairs. He stepped into the room, looked at me and said, "Come on down, Dennis is waiting for you." I stood there frozen. He repeated my name, and when I didn't move, he walked over to me. His friendly fake smile completely vanished. He reached out, grabbed my wrist in a painfully tight grip, and began violently dragging me toward the basement door. I began to scream and cry, thrashing around to get away. The man shook me and screamed that he would let me go if I just stopped crying and behaved. Terrified, I went silent. He pushed me through the basement door, and as I stumbled down the stairs, the heavy door slammed shut behind me, and I heard the lock click into place. I walked down to the bottom of the stairs. The basement was completely unfinished, with cold concrete floors and a single support beam in the center of the room. A single bare yellow light bulb hung from the ceiling, casting a depressing glow over the empty space. I sat down on the cold floor, hugging my knees and crying silently. For what felt like hours, I could hear the man walking around on the floorboards directly above my head. Suddenly, the basement door creaked open, and the man called down, asking if I was hungry. I quickly yelled back that I wasn't. I was terrified that if he went into the kitchen to make food, he would discover the hidden phone and the active 911 call. He grunted, closed the door, and locked it again. I sat there in the dim yellow light, my heart in my throat, and then the silence of the house was shattered by the loud, persistent sound of the front doorbell ringing. This was immediately followed by heavy, violent banging on the front door, and the loud, booming voices of police officers demanding entry. I held my breath, too terrified to make a sound. I waited to hear the man's footsteps walk to the door, but he stayed completely silent. The banging on the door got louder and louder until there was a massive splintering crash. I heard several pairs of heavy boots storm into the house, with officers screaming for the suspect to get on the ground. I began screaming for help at the top of my lungs, running up the basement stairs and pounding on the locked door. A second later, the lock clicked, the door swung open, and a police officer reached in, grabbed me, and carried me out into the warm sunlight. There were several police cruisers parked on the street, with their lights flashing. I was wrapped in a blanket and sat on the bumper of an ambulance, where I had to recount my story to the officers. A few minutes later, I watched as the man was led out of the house in handcuffs. That was the last time I ever saw his face. My parents arrived on the scene shortly after. My mom was crying hysterically, wrapping me in a tight hug. I later found out that the man was actually a former work associate of Dennis's father. He had somehow found out that Dennis's dad was supposed to pick us up from school that day, and he had used that information to orchestrate the kidnapping. I don't know how he knew what I looked like, and as I grew older, I never asked my parents for any more details. I spent several months in child counseling, trying to process the trauma of that day. My parents were absolutely furious with Miss Blue for letting me walk away with a complete stranger without verifying his identity. If I hadn't had the quick thinking to call 911 and hide that phone under the towel, I know for a fact that I would not be alive today. This final story happened on New Year's Eve of the year 2020. Like everyone else in the world at that time, my friends and I were incredibly eager for that awful, stressful year to finally be over. My close friend Logan decided to throw a small house party at his parents' place to celebrate the new year. I arrived at his house pretty early in the evening to help him set up the drinks and speakers. Since I was planning on drinking quite a bit, I had secured a spot to sleep in his parents' guest room so I wouldn't have to worry about driving home. His parents were out of town for the weekend, so we had the entire place to ourselves. Most of our tight-knit friend group showed up, along with a handful of Logan's friends from college, whom I had never met before. The party was an absolute blast. When the clock finally struck midnight, everyone cheered, hugged, and toasted to the new year. After the initial excitement of midnight passed, people slowly began to leave the house. By 3 in the morning, the house had gone completely quiet. The only people left were Logan, me, and our friend Cody, who was already fast asleep on the living room couch. Logan and I were sitting in the kitchen, having a quiet conversation, when we suddenly started hearing a strange noise. At first, it was very faint, and we couldn't quite tell what it was. It sounded like a slow, rhythmic creaking sound. We initially dismissed it as just the old refrigerator running or the house settling, but the sound persisted. Eventually, the creaking sound got so loud and consistent that we couldn't ignore it anymore. We stood up and began searching the main floor of the house. As we got closer to the basement door, we realized the sound was definitely coming from downstairs. Logan slowly opened the basement door, and the creaking sound instantly got much louder. I looked at Logan and told him to go down and see what it was. He shook his head vigorously and said there was no way he was going down there alone. He leaned over the dark staircase and yelled out, "Is there anyone down there?" The moment his voice echoed down the stairs, the creaking sound instantly stopped. The silence that followed was incredibly heavy. We stood at the top of the stairs for a full minute, waiting to see if we would hear anything else, but there was nothing. Drunkenly, we decided that we needed to go down together to investigate. We walked back to the kitchen, and each of us grabbed a large knife from the block. In hindsight, we were so drunk that we probably would have only ended up hurting ourselves, but it made us feel safer at the time. We crept down the wooden stairs, holding our knives out. Logan's basement was pretty messy at the time. It had a couch, a TV, a small bar area, and various piles of old junk and boxes scattered around. We carefully searched every single corner of the room, looking behind the couch and under the bar, but there was absolutely no one down there. I stood in the center of the room, trying to figure out what could have been making that loud creaking sound. That was when my eyes landed on an old wooden rocking chair sitting in the corner of the room. I walked over to it, sat down, and began to rock back and forth. The wooden joints of the chair let out a loud, distinct creaking sound. It was the exact same sound we had been hearing from upstairs. Logan and I looked at each other, and in that instant, every single hair on my body stood on end. We realized that someone, or something, had been actively rocking in that chair just moments before we came downstairs. We didn't say a word. We both turned around and ran up those basement stairs faster than we had ever run in our entire lives. We slammed the heavy door shut, locked it, and spent the rest of the night huddled in the living room with all the lights turned on. Logan kept that basement door locked tight for several days until his parents finally came home. It turns out that the rocking chair had actually belonged to Logan's grandmother, who had passed away many years prior. I had never believed in the paranormal before that night, and I haven't experienced anything like it since. But to this day, whenever I think about that empty rocking chair moving on its own in the dark basement, it sends a cold shiver straight down my spine. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. When you are 18 years old, starting your college journey is supposed to be one of the most exciting and memorable times of your entire life. It is a time for making new friends, going to parties, and discovering who you are. But for one young man, things did not exactly go according to plan. He did not get the chance to go away to a big traditional university or a major party school where socializing and meeting new people is practically handed to you on a silver platter. Instead, he ended up attending a local commuter college. Because of this, his friend group shrunken tremendously during his freshman year. He found himself feeling bored and pretty lonely. It was a frustrating cycle that many people in commuter schools have to deal with. So, like many other teenagers in his position, he turned to social media and dating apps to meet girls. He spent a lot of time on Tinder, Bumble, and Instagram, just hoping to find a connection. One afternoon, he was browsing through his phone when he saw a new notification on Instagram. It was a follow request from an attractive girl named Miranda. He could tell she was attractive just based off her main profile picture. He requested to follow her back. She instantly accepted, and he checked her pictures to make sure it was not a catfish. Her profile seemed real. She had around 4,500 followers. She only followed a few hundred people, and all her pictures had a lot of likes and comments. And then she direct messaged him, and his face lit up. She messaged him saying she found him on Tinder and thought he was cute. He was so excited that he actually double-checked his own profile to make sure he looked his best. Yes, he had his Instagram username in his Tinder bio at the time. She also had photos posted dated back to beyond a year prior, so everything checked out on his catfish radar. They chatted in the direct messages for a few days. When she posted a new picture, he liked it and commented on it as she asked him to. He just put down a couple of fire emojis. She liked it, of course. He checked some of the other comments. They were also from guys hyping her up, throwing her compliments left and right. Clearly he was not the only guy talking to her. Well, one night they struck up a conversation once again, still in the direct messages. He told her he had the house to himself that night, and figured he would be risky and invite her over. She seemed pretty open to it. He just tried his best to keep it as lighthearted as possible. He gave her his address just to ask her how long of a drive it would be. She said 10 minutes. She quickly replied, "Yeah, I will come over." Then she asked him how old he was, and he said 18. She replied that she was 19, but this conflicted with something that he remembered. He recalled she replied to one of the many other men commenting on one of her posts. His comment was something like, "Damn girl, how old are you?" And she replied 25. The guy she was responding to was some bald guy who looked to be in his 50s. This got him suspicious. He started analyzing the people who were commenting on her posts a little more, and he realized they were all guys. There were no female friends commenting. Most comments were from older men. There were some pictures of her with other girls, but none of them were tagged, and there were no comments from them. He wondered if she was playing some kind of sick game, or if she was trying to lure him into a dangerous trap. This was starting to scream catfish, so he blocked the account. Not long after talking, within 10 minutes, he started getting spammed with direct messages from 3 random accounts. They all had profile pictures, but all of them had less than 50 followers. They all appeared to be fake, and they were sending him threats about how he should not have done that. He gave in and replied to one of them, and instantly it replied back, "Unblock Miranda." He blocked that account as well, and went to unsend all his recent direct messages to that Miranda account, specifically the one with his address in it. He counted himself lucky he did not give the account his phone number or any other info. He set his profile to private, gave up on having company, and went to bed. He has trouble sleeping 90% of the time, and this night was no exception. So after at least an hour and a half of trying to fall asleep, he heard noises from outside in the living room. Now this was in February, so it was freezing out and the heat was on full blast. So there were always ticking and clicking sounds from all the baseboard heaters, but a couple of noises sounded a little different, like louder. He did not go check though, and while each click and clack from around the house was making him look over into his dark room, making sure no one was there, he eventually somehow fell asleep. Every tiny creak of the wood made his chest tighten with fear, but not for long. He woke up and it was still dark in the room. He knew something woke him up, like how sometimes you hear a sound in your sleep, and it is a delayed reaction before you wake up a few seconds later. Well, that is what happened here. He sat up in his bed, the clicking of the heater still filling the room. He looked in the far corner of his room, and at first he did not believe what he was seeing. He looked closer and could see it better. There was a person in the corner of the room, and he swore he could see their grinning face. He was so scared in that moment, he got up from his bed, unable to even scream. He ran all the way outside into the snow in his bare feet, and he rang the neighbor's bell 1,000,000 times. While in there, he basically cried to them that someone was in the house, and he used their phone to call 911. When police searched the entire house, they did not find anyone. The back door and side door were both locked, and so were most of the windows. The only possibility of someone getting in would have been through one of the backyard windows, which was left unlocked. The police comforted him, saying it could be a waking hallucination. He spent the rest of the night in deep anxiety, never knowing if it was a dream or if the catfish was really in his bedroom. A few months after this incident, that account was either deleted by the user or taken down by Instagram. It no longer exists. Instagram is a favorite time-waster app for many people, who spend a good chunk of their free time browsing it. Most of us have gotten our share of creepy direct messages, and we have learned to ignore them. So when a young student got a notification from Instagram that some random account requested to message her, she did not sweat it. She did, however, just open the message because she always does out of curiosity. The message was a link to another Instagram profile named Perfect Always, but spelled with a Z. She pressed the link and it opened. This happened in the fall of 2025, while I was on a sales trip through a small town in Missouri. I had spent the entire day driving throughout the northwest region of the state, visiting more than 60 sales leads. By the time I returned to my hotel that evening, I was mentally and physically exhausted. Even so, I still had work to finish, so I spent several hours on my laptop scheduling emails to send the following morning. The hotel was a normal mid-tier place. It was not a chain, but it also was not a budget motel. It had a Western log cabin aesthetic and felt surprisingly cozy. From the moment I checked in until the following morning, I never saw another guest on my floor. That detail becomes incredibly important later. I was staying on the 3rd floor, which was also the top floor of the building, around 11:30 p.m. I was sitting at the desk typing away when I heard activity in the hallway. There were footsteps, a door opening, and a few urgent voices. I did not think much of it. Hotels are noisy places, and guests come and go at all hours. About 15 minutes later, I decided to go downstairs to buy a bottle of water from the vending machine. As soon as I stepped into the hallway, I noticed a gurney positioned halfway inside a room 3 doors down. 2 EMTs stood in the doorway while a man who appeared to be in his 60s lay on the stretcher. I could not see his face, only part of his arm and torso. Assuming it was a routine medical emergency, such as a fall or illness, I chose not to stare and quietly returned to my room. 10 minutes later, I stepped back into the hallway to finally get my water. This time, the gurney was completely in the hallway. One EMT was performing aggressive chest compressions while the other stared at a portable heart monitor. I heard the unmistakable continuous flatline tone. That was the moment I realized the man was either dying or had just died. The EMT monitoring the machine from instructed me to return to my room, so I did. When I stepped inside, the clock read 12:18 a.m. Even after witnessing what had happened, my mind remained restless, and I continued working for another half hour before finally climbing into bed around 12:50. Only a few minutes later, I heard what sounded like 3 soft knocks on my hotel room door. They were not loud enough for me to be certain they were even knocks. I assumed it was the building settling or plumbing noises, so I ignored them. Less than a minute later, I heard the exact pattern again. 3 knocks, but louder. I got out of bed and looked through the peephole. The hallway was empty. As I stepped away from the door, preparing to return to my bed, I noticed the handle slowly depress, not violently, just enough to suggest someone was gently testing whether the door was locked. At that moment, a feeling came over me unlike anything I had ever experienced. I stared at the peephole, but could not bring myself to look through it. Instead, my attention shifted to the strip of light beneath the door. The light suddenly disappeared. It looked exactly as though someone or something was standing directly outside my room. The darkness remained for several seconds. Then the light returned. Immediately after, I heard a faint brushing sound against the outside of the door, almost like someone slowly dragging their fingers or the side of an arm across it. Then everything went silent. Despite legally carrying a firearm while traveling, I was frozen with fear. I had never experienced such an overwhelming dread before. I turned on one of the lamps and spent the next hour sitting awake in bed watching videos, hoping to distract myself. Eventually, I heard another noise in the hallway. A door opened. It sounded like it came from the same room where the EMTs had treated the man earlier. Then I heard someone quietly muttering to themselves. The words were too faint to understand. Feeling relieved that another guest was awake, I finally opened my door. A man was stepping out of that same room. He was not dressed like hotel staff or an EMT. Instead, he wore dark slacks and a white button-down shirt like someone traveling for business. He appeared to be in his mid-40s. The only thing that stood out to me was his eyes. They looked unusually sunken, as though he had not slept a single wink in months. Curiously, I stepped into the hallway and asked if he had been with the man taken away by the emergency services earlier. The man turned to face me. After a couple seconds of silence, he nodded. He then stated that there had been 3 knocks and that the 3rd time was when they answered. I was confused, so I asked what he meant. A small smile crossed his face before he calmly replied that they did not always leave immediately. Without another word, he turned and walked toward the stairwell. Needless to say, I got very little sleep that night. The following morning, around 8:30, exhausted and still trying to make sense of everything, I went downstairs to grab some coffee. I stopped at the front desk and asked the woman working there about the medical emergency that had just happened the night before. She looked genuinely confused and said she did not know what incident I was referring to. I explained that paramedics had taken a man out of the room, 3 doors down from mine, and had been performing CPR in the hallway. As I continued explaining, she seemed more interested, but informed me that the room I was describing had been vacant. According to her, the last registered guest had checked out the previous day, and that guest had checked in alone. She also mentioned that the hotel occupancy had been unusually low the past few weeks, and that only a handful of guests had been staying on my floor, all of them at the opposite end of the hallway. She then asked me to confirm that the room I was talking about was exactly 3 doors down from room 312. That was when everything suddenly connected in my mind. The incident happened 3 doors away. My room number was 312. The knocking had always come in groups of 3. And the mysterious man's first statement had been that there had been 3 knocks, and that the 3rd time was when they answered. It was one of the most unsettling moments of realization I have ever experienced. It felt as though I was standing in the middle of something that simply did not make sense. I spent countless hours trying to explain every part of what happened. Even though the front desk employee insisted nobody matching that man's description was staying there, she had only started her shift that morning. Maybe she simply did not know who had been there overnight. Maybe someone forgot to tell her about the medical emergency. Maybe hotel policy prevented her from discussing it. Maybe the strange man was simply another guest who decided to play an incredibly cruel joke on me. Maybe the knocking had just been normal building noises, or the handle never actually moved and exhaustion after a long day of driving and hours of staring at a computer screen caused me to imagine it. Maybe the hallway light briefly dimmed because of an electrical issue. I even questioned whether the entire experience had been some unusually vivid dream brought on by stress and sleep deprivation. But no matter how many explanations I come up with, none of them account for every detail. What bothers me more than anything is how everything seemed connected by the number 3. For nearly 3 weeks afterward, I was not myself. My mood was different, and if anyone asked what was wrong, I simply blamed work stress and a few personal things. I did not want this story to be the thing that convinced everyone else I had lost my mind. Thankfully, as time passed, I was eventually able to move on, although I still do not like thinking about it for too long. I still travel frequently for work, and thankfully, nothing similar has ever happened again. The morning after everything occurred, once I finished speaking with the front desk employee, I packed my things and left as quickly as I could. Ever since that trip, I have developed a strange habit whenever I check into a hotel. Almost without thinking, I count how many doors separate my room from the stairwell and pay attention to any room numbers involving the number 3. Although the knocking that night always came in patterns of 3, it only happened twice, and that is the one thing I still find myself strangely grateful for. Because if I ever hear a third set of 3 knocks outside my hotel room door someday, I won't be sticking around long enough to find out what answers. This next story mainly happened to my roommate Misty, but I was directly involved. All names except for mine have been changed. This happened literal hours before I wrote this. My roommate, whom I will call Misty, had a boyfriend named Paul. I had met him a couple of times, and every time I met him, he seemed like a very chill, respectable, and actually kind of sweet guy. He would roll blunts for me and Misty because neither of us knew how, and we would talk about video games we liked. However, a couple of weeks ago they broke up, and according to her, it did not end well. It got so bad that she had to get a restraining order on him. Fast forward to 2 nights ago when I was playing a game on my laptop and got a normal-sounding knock on my door. I said, "Come in," barely looking away from the screen, when Misty slowly opened my door and told me in a mumbled, quiet voice that Paul had broken her window and thrown her clothes inside. She asked if I could help her. I could barely make out what she said, so I paused my game, got up, and came closer to hear her clearly. She seemed like she had just woken up from a deep sleep. She explained that her ex Paul smashed her window in and threw a bag of dirty clothes she left at his house. She has a bunk bed with an office space underneath it, right next to the window he smashed in. He knew exactly where she sleeps, which made it incredibly scary. But I am a bigger guy and I know how to fight, and he is a skinny but kind of muscular man. I was not afraid of him at all and just scared for her safety. So I reassured her that I would stay up and call the cops and make sure he was gone. After calling the cops, I stood out on the porch, scanning the parking lot and the neighborhood street, but I did not see anyone. However, I could not shake that creepy feeling of being watched, so I told her to stay inside. About 45 minutes went by and no cops showed up. So I called the police department number to see if they were sending a car, and they said we were second on the call list, and that it was a busy night for them, which tracks for the city and area I am in. While waiting for the cops, Misty was getting texts from Paul saying things like, "Wrong move, bitch," and "I want my vape back." She did not have his vape and could not find it, so we think he was lying about that. It took another 3 hours for a cop to arrive, and it was 3 in the morning by that point. But the cop was nice and took all the info we could give him. He said if Paul came back to give them a call, and that they would go to his address that they have on file because of the previous restraining order. Fast forward to yesterday just before I left for work, and I had a gut feeling he would try to come back before I got home because I had to close at my job and it would be dark out. At about 10:48 p.m., I got a text confirming my suspicion. The next bit of the story all happened to Misty as I was at work. At about 10:30, she left her room to go take some trash out, and when she looked back, she saw a dark figure walk into her room. Paul does have dark skin, but Misty is a little crazy, she will admit. And I do mean that with endearment, but she slightly brushed it off as her seeing things. but she still went and looked around the apartment for Paul or anyone who should not be there, and could not find anyone. So, she just sat down in her room and scrolled on her phone for a bit, till she decided to get up and get some cleaning supplies from her closet. But when she opened the closet door, staring right at her was Paul with a blank expression. Misty said she went white with fear, but kept her cool and talked to him like normal and asked what he wanted. In a dead cold voice, he said, "I just want my vape back." While she frantically but calmly sent me these texts, my manager said I could go home early since it was slow. I bolted out, called 911, and got on the bus. I told the operator everything, and by the time I got home, the police had already got him in handcuffs. Misty had left to go to a friend's house to chill out. When she told me what happened, I was absolutely shook. Even the responding officer was taken aback by the situation. He gave me an incident report and said Paul was definitely going to jail. I am happy my roommate is okay, and shout out to her for being so calm and thinking on her feet. I am also grateful to my manager for letting me leave early so I could get there as this was unfolding. This final story brings us to the digital world, where online interactions can slowly morph into real-life nightmares. I had just moved out of my family home and started university when this happened. I was 18 years old at the time, and living on campus in a small apartment. It was my first time living away from my family. The apartment was not anything special. It had a tiny kitchen, a small couch squeezed into the living room area, and a single bed pushed against the wall. It definitely was not luxurious, but I had made it feel like home. It was my first taste of independence, and I loved having my own space. One night after a couple of months of living there, I was sitting on the couch watching TV when my phone buzzed on the coffee table in front of me. I looked down and saw that somebody had added me on Instagram. The username was not familiar to me, but that was not unusual. My account was public, and random people would occasionally add me, so I ignored it and went back to watching TV. Less than a minute later, my phone buzzed again. The account had requested to message me. I opened it and saw a simple greeting. I do not know who this person was, but I have never really been the type to ignore somebody trying to start a conversation, so I responded with a greeting of my own. At first, the conversation seemed completely normal. He asked how I was, what I was doing, and we exchanged the usual small talk. After a few minutes, though, the questions started getting strange. He wanted to know whether I was single, what my dream man looked like, and eventually what I was wearing. I remember sighing in disbelief. For context, I am a gay guy, and that was openly mentioned in my Instagram bio. Because of that, random men occasionally messaged me asking weird or sexual questions. It was not exactly uncommon. So, while the conversation was making me uncomfortable, he was not really setting alarm bells off yet. Then, he sent me a photo of himself and asked if I found him attractive. The guy looked to be in his late 20s, heavily built with pale skin, messy brown hair, blue eyes, and patchy facial hair. What stood out was his expression. He was not smiling, just staring directly into the camera. I chose not to respond and closed the conversation. Almost immediately, he repeatedly asked if I wanted to play truth or dare. I declined twice, but he kept pushing. Around this time, my best mate Connor came over. I showed him the messages and told him about the weird guy who would not stop asking. Being two dumb 18-year-olds, curiosity got the better of us. Connor laughed and suggested we play anyway. Looking back, I regret it now, but at the time, I was curious and already planning on blocking the guy afterward. I figured we might as well have one moment of entertainment before ending the conversation, so I agreed to play. I asked the first question. Honestly, I do not even remember what it was. It was probably something stupid. He answered before taking his turn. He asked whether I wanted truth or dare, and I picked truth. As we watched the typing indicator appear, Connor and I joked about what he might ask. We expected something awkward or sexual, and at that point we were still treating the whole thing like a joke. Then his response finally appeared. Instead of asking a normal truth question, he casually asked how I was finding life at university. Neither of us said anything. I looked at Connor, and Connor looked at me. Then we both stared back at my phone. How did he know that? I never told him. I never mentioned attending university or living on campus. I had never met this guy before. That was the moment the entire conversation stopped feeling harmless. I originally came from a very small country town several hours away. If I had known this guy before university, I would have remembered him. but I did not. I had never seen him before in my life. Connor and I spent the next hour trying to figure out how he knew that information. The problem was that there was not an explanation. I had never posted about university. I had never posted about living on campus. There was nothing in my bio mentioning it, and I barely posted at all. In fact, my most recent upload at the time was just photos of my hometown before I moved away. The campus also was not particularly large. I regularly saw the same students every day, so if he had occupied the university, I felt like I would have recognized him. At that point, I blocked the account. Connor and I spent the rest of the night trying to come up with explanations. For the next few months, it stayed in the back of my mind. Every now and then, one of us would bring it up, and we would start trying to solve the mystery all over again. Eventually, life moved on, and over time, I completely forgot about it until 2 years later. By then, I was 21 years old. I had moved out of the university accommodation and was living in a house with Connor and 2 other friends. One night, I was sitting in my room when my phone buzzed. It was another Instagram notification telling me someone had added me. The username did not look familiar. A second later, another notification appeared telling me I had received a message request. Thinking it was somebody who probably followed my TikTok content, I opened it. Once again, I typed a greeting of my own. The second I pressed send, a photo appeared in my chat. I opened it, and my stomach instantly dropped. It was him. The same pale skin, messy hair, blue eyes. There was absolutely no mistaking who it was. I quietly muttered in disbelief before muting the conversation and putting my phone down. I decided to wait until Connor got home so I could remind him about the strange guy from university. I completely forgot about the unsettling message that made me block him in the first place. If I had remembered it, I would have blocked him immediately. Unfortunately, an unrelated emergency came up later that night that completely distracted me. Since I had muted the conversation and barely looked at my phone afterward, the interaction slipped my mind entirely. It was not until a few days later that I opened Instagram again. As soon as I did, I saw his account sitting near the top of my messages. I opened the conversation and my stomach sank when I saw there were countless messages. Dozens of them, maybe more. He had been messaging me non-stop for days. Some of the messages were sexual, others were angry, demanding to know why I was not responding. A few messages attempted to restart a normal conversation as though nothing happened. His mood constantly shifted between hostility and friendliness, making the entire conversation feel completely unhinged. Mixed in with the messages were explicit photos of himself. I took screenshots and sent them to Connor, who was at work at the time. At first, he did not remember who I was talking about, but after I reminded him about the strange truth or dare conversation from university, it all came back to him. His advice was simple. He told me to block the guy immediately. As I was about to do that, one thought crossed my mind. How had he found me again after 2 years? None of my friends or family followed him, so there was no obvious connection between us. I wondered if he just remembered me all that time and deliberately searched for me, or was it somehow an unbelievable coincidence? I tried not to dwell on it, blocked the account, and changed my Instagram to private. Less than a month later, I was going through my TikTok message requests, something I almost never checked. Most of the messages were random scammers, advertisements, and the occasional viewer from my live streams. One account caught my attention because it had more than 2,000 followers and had sent me a message about a week earlier. The message was just a simple greeting. Assuming it might be somebody I recognized from TikTok, I replied almost instantly. The account responded by asking whether I remembered them. I assumed it was someone I had met online and simply forgotten. So I admitted that I did not recognize them. They gave me their real name and explained that we knew each other from Instagram. The name still meant absolutely nothing to me. I asked whether we had followed each other before. They explained that I had blocked them because they had been harassing me. The realization hit me instantly. There was no way. I asked whether their old Instagram username had been the same one I remembered from years earlier. A few seconds later, they confirmed that it was. I actually swore out loud in disbelief. One of my housemates heard me and came downstairs to ask what was wrong. I explained everything, and just like Connor, they immediately told me to block the account. Before doing so, I sent one final message demanding that they leave me alone and stop contacting me. Then I blocked them. By that point, this guy had somehow managed to find me on two completely different platforms years apart. My TikTok account did not even use my real name, which made it even harder to understand how he had located me. That was the moment I seriously started wondering whether I was dealing with an actual stalker. I told myself that if he ever contacted me again, I would take things much further. A few days later, I met some friends in the city for dinner. Afterward, I caught the train home and started walking back to my house. The station was only a few streets away, so it was normally an easy walk. It was dark, the streets were quiet, and hardly anyone was around. As I walked while texting my friends, I thought I heard footsteps somewhere behind me. I stopped to listen. Everything went silent. I turned around, but the street was completely empty. I convinced myself I had simply mistaken my own footsteps for someone else's and continued walking. A short time later, I heard them again. This time, after I stopped walking, the footsteps continued for another few seconds before they stopped too. They definitely were not mine. A knot formed in my stomach as I slowly turned around. This time, somebody was standing several meters behind me on the footpath, completely motionless and staring directly at me. A streetlight above illuminated his face. Instantly, I recognized him. It was the same man from the photographs, the same pale skin, the same messy brown hair, the same light blue eyes, and the same heavy build. For a few seconds, neither of us moved. We simply stood there staring at one another. Finally, he broke the silence by calmly greeting me by name as if we were old friends unexpectedly running into each other. I turned around and ran. I did not look back. It honestly felt like my life depended on it. Thankfully, my house was located inside a large residential complex. Once you entered the complex, my unit could not be seen from the main pathway because you had to turn another corner to reach it. I sprinted inside, rounded the corner, and practically crashed into my front door. It was locked. My hands were shaking as I desperately searched through my bag for my keys, all while staring toward the corner I had just come around. Every second, I expected him to appear. I expect to see a shadow slowly come around the bend. Finally, I found my keys, unlocked the door, and rushed inside before slamming it shut behind me. Connor and another friend were sitting on the couch when I burst through the front door. The second they saw me, they knew something was wrong. Apparently, my face had gone completely white. After I caught my breath, I told them everything that had just happened. Our friends immediately ran back outside, hoping to confront the man while Connor stayed inside with me. By the time they got out there, though, the man had completely disappeared. There was no sign of him anywhere. We called the police, who searched the surrounding area much more thoroughly than my friend had. But they found nothing. They advised me to keep all doors and windows locked, and to call immediately if anything else happened, and they recommended that I begin the process of obtaining a restraining order against him. That all happened only a couple of weeks ago. I am now in the process of getting the restraining order since I have screenshots of the harassment. I know his name, and I can accurately describe what he looks like to hopefully help identify him if necessary. Even now, though, I still wonder how he managed to find me after all these years and across multiple social media platforms. I still wonder why he kept looking for me, after I had made it clear I wanted nothing to do with him. Most of all, I wonder what would have happened if I had not turned around that night and noticed him standing behind me. Would he have simply continued following me without me ever realizing it? Or did he have something far worse planned? I know I will probably never get the answer to that question. What I do know is that ever since that night, I constantly check over my shoulder whenever I am walking alone, especially after dark. It has changed the way I live my life in a major way. I pay far more attention to my surroundings than I ever used to, and I can only hope I never see him again. If anything else happens, I will definitely provide an update to all of you. But honestly, I truly hope there is never another update to give. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. Imagine it is the very end of your senior year of high school. You are 17 years old, standing on the edge of adulthood, and all you can think about is celebrating. For months, you have been waiting for the perfect moment to throw a massive party. Then, out of nowhere, that moment finally arrives. Your parents announce they are going away for the entire weekend. This is the ultimate green light. You do not hesitate. You immediately head to the local store and buy 3 giant bags of red Solo cups and a large bag of ping pong balls. Since you are not old enough to buy alcohol, you pay your 21-year-old brother some extra cash to go out and pick up a massive supply of beers, cheap vodka, and hard liquor. The setup is absolutely perfect. Your house is located at the very end of a quiet cul-de-sac. Right behind your backyard is a designated plot of empty land used for city water collection. This means there are no neighbors directly behind you, making the chances of a noise complaint almost zero. Your brother invites about 10 of his own friends, and you spread the word to everyone in your high school class. You decide to make it an open invite. By 9 o'clock, the house is packed with 60 to 70 teenagers. The atmosphere is loud and incredibly chaotic. It gets so out of hand that you start noticing complete strangers walking through your front door. At this point, you lock the front door to prevent any more random people from entering. As the night winds down, only about 20 people are left downstairs. You are talking to your close friend Peter when he suddenly asks you about the guy who just went upstairs. The upstairs of your house is strictly off limits because that is where all the private bedrooms are. You check every single bedroom, one by one. You turn on the lights in each room, checking behind the doors and looking inside the closets. But there is absolutely no one there. All the lights are turned off again when you leave. The curtains are drawn, and the rooms appear completely empty. You even check your own bedroom, looking behind the desk and under the blankets. But everything looks exactly as you left it. You walk back downstairs to the crowded living room and tell Peter that nobody is up there. But the problem is, Peter is absolutely certain about what he saw. He looks you dead in the eye, completely sobered up by the situation, and says with 100% certainty that someone is still hiding up there. You check again with Peter, looking under all the beds and opening every closet. But whoever this mysterious person was, they are nowhere to be found. You figure Peter must have had way too much to drink. Peter collapses onto a couch and falls asleep. By 2 in the morning, the last of your friends leave. Your older brother is asleep upstairs, while Peter and John are asleep on the couches downstairs. You head upstairs to the bathroom. As you brush your teeth, you hear a strange sound directly above your head. You turn off your electric toothbrush and stand completely still, listening closely. There is nothing but dead silence. You assume it is just the house settling and walk into your bedroom, but right before you can lie down, you hear a distinct, heavy thump coming from the ceiling. You realize the sound is coming from the attic. You knock loudly on your brother's door, but he is completely passed out. You decide to investigate the attic yourself. You grab the long wooden pole with a hook on the end, reach up to the ceiling hatch, and use it to pull down the folding wooden attic stairs. You slowly climb up the steps into the absolute pitch blackness. You reach around the floor and pull a dangling string, and a single dim light bulb flickers to life. Even though you cannot see much, you get a terrible feeling. You can feel another presence in the room with you. You nervously call out, asking if anyone is up there. Suddenly, a cardboard box in the far corner falls over. Behind it, you see the silhouette of a grown man crouching down and quickly scurrying behind another stack of boxes. At the exact same moment, you hear the unmistakable sound of a plastic bag rustling in the dark corner directly behind you. Panic floods your system. You jump backward off the ladder, slamming the attic door shut. You run downstairs, screaming at Peter and John to wake up. Peter tells you to call the police immediately. You dial 911, your voice shaking. While you wait, you and your friends pound on your brother's door, but he still does not wake up. Finally, the police arrive. 2 police officers enter the house with flashlights in one hand and their handguns drawn in the other. They ask you where the attic entrance is, and you point them to the hallway. They head up the attic stairs, their footsteps creaking in the silence. Less than 2 minutes later, they walk back down the stairs, guiding 2 filthy, disheveled men in handcuffs. The men are wearing dirty clothes, their hair is matted, and they have a deeply unsettling, hollow look in their eyes. It turns out they were dangerous, unhinged transients who had slipped into your house during the chaos of the party and hidden in your dark attic, waiting for everyone to fall asleep so they could ambush you. Thankfully, your brother finally wakes up and handles the police. You keep the incident a secret from your parents, but you never look at your own house the same way again. Fast forward to your college years. You are attending the University of Idaho, and like most college students, you enjoy going to parties on the weekends. But there was one specific frat party that completely changed your perspective on these events. Out of respect, the name of the fraternity will remain unmentioned. It was one of the smaller, less popular fraternities on campus, and they were hosting an open house party. The rules were simple. Entry was free for girls, but guys had to pay a $20 cover charge at the door. You and your friends pay the cover and step inside. Immediately, you get a bad vibe. The house is incredibly hot, overcrowded, and the overall atmosphere feels grimy and sketchy. There are far more guys than girls, and everyone seems on edge. After wandering around for a bit, you notice a few guys heading down a quiet hallway toward a back room. Curious to see if there is a better spot to hang out, you decide to follow them. You walk through a door and find yourself in a quiet, secluded section of the house. You see the guys step outside through a back door, so you decide to peer out into the backyard. When you open the door, you see a large, empty yard with a single fire pit in the center. The two guys you followed are standing near it. There is absolutely no one else out there. As soon as the back door clicks, both men turn their heads and look directly at you. Before you can turn around and slip back inside, one of them raises his hand and waves you over, gesturing for you to join them. You feel an immediate wave of awkwardness and dread. Your gut tells you to just close the back door and walk away, but you feel awkward and socially pressured into walking over to them. You slowly walk over to the warmth of the fire pit. The two men tell you to sit down on one of the wooden logs placed around the pit. You do so, and they sit down on two logs directly opposite you, surrounding the fire. They pull out a pack of cigarettes, slowly light them up, and inhale deeply. For several minutes, neither of them says a single word. They just sit there in silence, smoking and staring directly at you. They do not offer you a cigarette or make any attempt to be friendly. The silence is deafening, and you decide to try and break the ice. You ask them if they are members of the fraternity. One of them slowly shakes his head no, keeping his eyes locked on yours. You try again, asking if they know anyone at the party. This time, they do not even acknowledge your question. They just look at each other, then slowly turn their gaze back to you. The way they are staring is deeply unsettling. Then one of the men speaks. In a slow, chillingly monotone voice, he says that you have a very nice watch. You look down at your wrist. You are wearing a cheap $30 Timex watch. It is definitely not a nice watch, but to these men it seems to represent value. Before you can say anything, the man stands up from his log. He starts walking directly towards you, his voice cold as he demands that you give him the watch. At the same time, the second man gets up and begins circling around behind your log, effectively surrounding you. You realize you are in serious trouble. You quickly unbuckle the watch, saying that it is no problem and they can have it. But as you stand up to hand it over, you are actually positioning your body to run. Just as you hand the watch over, you hear a sharp flick and a swish sound from right behind your head. It is the unmistakable sound of a pocket knife being flipped open. The man behind you whispers for you to take off your shirt. You do not hesitate, you bolt. You sprint toward the back door of the house as fast as your legs can carry you. It takes you about 3 seconds to reach the door, slam it open, and burst back into the safety of the crowded house. You find your friends and tell them you need to leave immediately. They see the sheer terror on your face and do not ask any questions. As you rush out the front door, you make a bit of a scene, but you do not care. The campus is about half a mile away from that house, and you begin walking quickly down the dark, quiet streets, constantly looking over your shoulders. At one point, you look back over your shoulder. 2 figures are walking in your direction, keeping their distance. They stop under a bright streetlight and your heart stops. It is the same 2 men from the backyard, and they are actively tracking you. You scream at your friends to run. You all sprint the rest of the way back to the safety of the campus dorms. The next day, you contact the president of that fraternity and report the incident. He assures you that those men were not associated with the frat, but the damage is done. You take a long break from the party scene, realizing how quickly a fun night can turn into a fight for survival. Now fast forward a bit further. You are back home, and like many young people, you frequently use the dating app Tinder, especially on boring weekends when you have nothing else to do. One Friday night, you are hanging out in your bedroom with your friends Steve and Raj. Everyone is bored. You decide to open Tinder and swipe for a bit. Within a few minutes, you match with a girl who seems really cool. Her profile pictures are nice, and her bio seems totally normal. To your surprise, she messages you first, telling you there is a party going on right now and inviting you to pull up. You ask for the address, and she sends a location in a neighboring town. You check your map, and it is only a 10-minute drive away. You ask for her number, and she gives it to you. You text her that you are on your way. Steve and Raj are on board, so you get dressed into a nice shirt and jeans. You open your phone, call an Uber to your house, and within just a few minutes, the three of you are on your way. When you pull up, your excitement fades. The house is very small, located in a rundown, sketchy neighborhood. You text the girl, and she tells you to just come on in. You hear music blasting inside as you walk up the front steps, which is reassuring. The Uber drives off, leaving you at the door. You open it and step inside. The living room is brightly lit, but completely empty. The only person you see is alone. Young guy with a punk-style haircut sitting silently in a wooden chair in the kitchen, staring at you without saying a word. The music is coming from somewhere else. You text the girl again, and she tells you to come downstairs. You ask where the stairs are, and she says the door is right in front of the front entrance. Your friends whisper that this is highly suspicious and that you should leave, but you decide to open the door anyway. It leads to a dark basement filled with a strange blue light. The music is incredibly loud down there. You slowly start walking down the stairs, with Raj right behind you. Steve stays at the top of the steps, calling down to ask what it looks like. As you get low enough to see into the basement, your blood runs completely cold. Instead of a crowded party with music and dancing, you see a line of men leaning against the far wall. They are positioned in a complete blind spot, staring directly up at the staircase, watching your feet descend. Some are wearing do-rags, others have baseball caps turned backward, and they are all dead silent, hiding there, waiting. There is no party down here, and there never was. It is a calculated ambush, and they are waiting for you to walk all the way down. Suddenly you hear a commotion at the top of the stairs. The guy from the kitchen is trying to block Steve from leaving. You scream at Raj to run, and the two of you scramble back up the stairs. The man in the kitchen starts screaming in Spanish down to the basement, and you hear the heavy footsteps of 4 or 5 men charging up the stairs behind you. It is the most terrifying moment of your life. Thankfully, you manage to overpower the lone lookout at the door, pushing past him and escaping into the night with only seconds to spare. You run as fast as you can, not stopping until you are far away. You call the police and report the house. You never find out what they discovered, but you learned a valuable lesson. If something seems off, do not ignore your gut. The world can be dangerous, and you never know what you are walking into. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. It was a typical Saturday night, the kind of night where you just want to go out, forget about the stress of the week, and have some fun. Our first story begins on a night exactly like that. The narrator of this case headed out to a local bar with a group of close friends. At first, everything was going great, with everyone drinking and enjoying the music. But as the night wore on, the group started to drift apart, striking up conversations with other people. The narrator was not having a good time, feeling increasingly out of place and exhausted. They decided to call an Uber to take them back home, which was about a 15-minute drive away. They walked outside to wait on the curb, watching the headlights of passing cars in the cool night air. After a few minutes, an old, beaten-up Honda Accord pulled up. The narrator was intoxicated, so their judgment was clouded. They walked up to the passenger side window and knocked. When it rolled down, they asked the driver if his name was Mike, which was the name shown on the ride-sharing app. The man simply nodded. Taking that as confirmation, the narrator opened the door. The passenger seat was covered in books and random junk. The entire car was a complete mess. The driver did not seem like the talkative type. He was on the older side, with thinning hair, and looked incredibly unfriendly. So, the narrator decided to stay quiet, focusing on their phone while trying to stay awake during the ride. The narrator was drunk and did not remember getting out of the car. The next morning, they realized their phone was missing. They spent hours searching their bedroom, but it was completely gone. After texting their friends to no avail, they remembered they had activated the Find My iPhone feature. They logged into the tracking app on their brother's phone. Sure enough, a little green dot popped up on the map, but it was not at the bar. The phone was located several miles away, right in a dangerous part of town. The narrator asked their brother to come along for backup, and the two of them drove off to retrieve the device. They pulled up to the house around 9 in the evening. The address led them to a small box-like house that looked neglected, with 2 dark windows on the main level and a single window on the upper floor. They walked up and knocked on the front door as hard as they could. Immediately, they heard footsteps creaking across a wooden floor inside, slowly approaching. But then, the footsteps stopped. There was a small peephole in the door, and the narrator had a sinking feeling that someone was standing right on the other side, silently staring at them. After an uncomfortable silence, the door cracked open. A raspy voice asked who they were. The narrator explained that they had lost their phone last night, and that the tracking app had led them to this house. The man immediately played dumb, claiming he had no idea what they were talking about. But as the man spoke, the narrator looked past him toward the driveway. Sitting right there in the dark was the exact same beat-up Honda Accord from the night before. The narrator looked back at the crack in the door and called him out, stating that he was the Uber driver from last night and that the phone must be in his car. The man stopped acting and opened the door, revealing himself to be the creepy driver. His demeanor was unsettling. He did not apologize, but simply stared with a blank expression. Then he stepped aside and told them to come inside, while he went upstairs to find the phone. Despite the creepiness, they stepped into the tiny entryway, and the man closed the door behind them. The interior was incredibly old, with faded floral wallpaper covering every wall. The staircase right in front of them creaked loudly as the man began to climb up to the second floor. They stood quietly in the cramped hallway, waiting. They could hear the heavy footsteps of the man moving around directly above them. But then, the footsteps stopped. There was no sound of drawers opening, just complete silence. 10 minutes passed, and the silence became unbearable. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable, the narrator called up the stairs, asking the man if he needed any help. There was a brief creak in the floorboards above them, but no voice answered. The brother whispered to the narrator, telling them to go up the stairs and check. Hesitantly, the narrator began to climb. As they reached the halfway point, they realized the upper level was plunged into pitch-black darkness. There were no lights on at all, which made no sense if he was searching for a phone. The only light source was a tiny hallway nightlight. When the narrator reached the landing, they saw 3 open doors leading to a bathroom and 2 bedrooms. The narrator called out for the man, but the house remained silent. They called down to their brother, telling him that something felt wrong. Their brother did not reply. The narrator checked the bathroom, which appeared empty, but as they walked past the door, they caught something out of the corner of their eye. Through the narrow crack of the door, the man was hiding in the dark, holding something in his hand. His eyes locked onto the narrator. The narrator felt their heart freeze. They did not look at him for more than a second, quickly pretending they had not seen him. They knew they had to get out immediately. In a voice they tried to keep calm, the narrator called out that they were going back downstairs, and then they turned around. The moment they hit the stairs, they booked it down as fast as they could, screaming at their brother to run. The brother did not ask any questions. He saw the sheer terror on the narrator's face and ran out the front door right behind them. They sprinted to their car, locked the doors, and sped away, immediately dialing 911. An officer arrived, and they returned. The officer knocked loudly and commanded the man to retrieve the phone immediately. This time, the man did not hesitate. He went upstairs and returned 10 seconds later with the phone. The narrator begged the officer to arrest him, explaining that he had been hiding with a weapon, waiting to ambush them. But the officer explained that because no physical attack had occurred, there was nothing he could do. As they left, the driver stared at the narrator with an evil expression. The narrator walked away, but to this day, they still get shivers thinking about what would have happened if they had stepped into that dark room. But the nightmare of tracking a lost phone does not end there. Our second story begins with a person who was perfectly content with their older phone. They had an iPhone 7 that they kept in pristine condition, never letting a single scratch get on it. They had also made sure to keep the tracking feature enabled, just in case they ever lost it. One afternoon, they came home from a busy day and quickly realized their phone was missing. They had a mini heart attack and searched the entire house, their car, and the pathway up to the door, but it was nowhere to be found. They even drove back to all the locations they had visited that night, but still found nothing. That was when they remembered they could log into their iCloud account on their laptop and track the device. The map showed that the phone was coming up somewhere in a dense patch of woods, located right at the edge of their village. Since none of their siblings were home at the time, and their father had to work early the next morning, they had to go alone. Their father did not want them to go, but he let them take his phone to track the location. It was a very quick 10-minute drive to the woods. They parked their car on the grass near the trail entrance. The time was already 10 o'clock at night, and the woods were pitch black. Obviously, they brought a flashlight, expecting to follow a trail into the woods, but standing there alone in the dark made the idea seem a lot less appealing. The whole situation felt highly suspicious. Why would whoever found the phone be in the middle of the dark woods at 10 o'clock at night? They definitely should not have come alone, but they felt they had no other choice. The flashlight they brought was incredibly weak, barely lighting up the trail 5 feet in front of them. The deeper they walked, the more unsettling the quietness of the woods became. Eventually, the map showed they were right on top of the phone's location. They did a full 360 turn, examining their dark surroundings, but saw nothing but trees. Feeling nervous, they started yelling, asking if anyone was there. It was the first time they had heard their own voice in an hour, and it sounded weak and completely unintimidated. When they called out, they heard a faint whispering coming from beyond a line of trees just a few yards away. They yelled out again, but this time they were met with absolute silence. Now panicking, they used their father's phone to send a text message to their own phone. Instantly, they heard a familiar ding notification coming from the exact same direction as the whispering. They shined their weak flashlight in that direction and saw a bright glow. But as they looked closer, they realized the glow of the screen was illuminating the dark silhouettes of 2, maybe 3 men, standing completely still behind a line of trees, waiting in the dark. The terrifying realization hit them that they were in way over their head, and that the phone was not worth risking their life. They immediately turned their flashlight off and ran back down the trail as fast as they could. By the time they scrambled back into their car, the phone could no longer be located on the app, meaning it had been turned off or destroyed. Running away was the best decision they ever made. Our final story takes place on another weekend night, involving an older iPhone 5C. After a night of drinking, the owner realized their phone had disappeared. Once they sobered up, they asked their friend Ryan to help them track it. The app showed the phone was located inside an abandoned warehouse about a mile away. The two friends drove to the massive decaying industrial structure and managed to find an open side door to slip inside. The interior was freezing cold, filled with rotting trash, rubble, and old machinery, and every step they took created a massive echo. Suddenly they heard muffled voices arguing somewhere upstairs. Despite the obvious danger, their curiosity got the better of them, and they slowly climbed up a creaky staircase leading to a pitch-black hallway. Suddenly, a loud bang rattled from a nearby locker room. They walked inside to find rows of rusty lockers, but the room was empty. Suddenly, a deep voice called out from the darkness of the adjacent room, claiming they had the phone and telling them to come inside. The narrator took a step forward to walk over, but Ryan immediately put a hand on their shoulder to stop them. He placed a finger over his lips to signal for absolute silence. Then Ryan quickly opened his own tracking app and initiated a call to the lost device. Suddenly, the sound of a ringtone and heavy vibration came from inside one of the closed lockers in the room they were currently standing in. The realization hit them instantly. The person in the other room did not have the phone on them. They had hidden the phone inside a locker to act as bait, and the deep voice was trying to lure them into a dark, blind corner where they could be easily ambushed. Ryan quickly looked toward the doorway and spotted the top of someone's head peering out from behind the wall. silently watching them, waiting for them to take the bait. Ryan grabbed the narrator by the arm and whispered that they needed to leave immediately. They abandoned the phone, ran out of the warehouse, and got back into their car safely. It was a terrifying reminder of how easily a helpful piece of technology can be weaponized by dangerous predators looking for an easy target. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. Imagine waking up in the absolute dead of night to a sound that makes your stomach instantly drop. For most of us, our home is our ultimate sanctuary. It is the one place where we can truly let our guard down, relax, and feel completely safe from the outside world. We lock our doors, close our blinds, and assume the walls will protect us. But sometimes the threat is not a stranger lurking in a dark alley miles away. Sometimes the danger is living right next door, watching your house, and waiting for the perfect moment to cross the line. This was the reality for a young mother living in a quiet, peaceful suburban neighborhood in Florida. She had a beautiful home, a loving husband, and two sweet young children. Because her husband frequently traveled out of town for his job, she was often left entirely alone to care for the kids. To help her feel a bit more secure during those long, quiet nights, she decided to install a smart doorbell camera at her front entrance. It was a simple, modern device, but it gave her a great sense of peace of mind. Now, this neighborhood was the kind of place where everyone generally got along and looked out for one another. But there was one household nearby that seemed a bit more guarded than the rest. It belonged to an unnamed neighbor who lived with his daughter. The other neighbors did not know much about him, assuming he was just a private person who preferred to be left alone. However, a few days before our story takes place, something happened that completely shattered that illusion. One day, the neighbor's teenage daughter knocked on the mother's front door. She was trembling, crying, and clearly in a state of sheer panic. Once she was welcomed inside, the girl began to reveal a dark and disturbing truth about her home life. She said she was absolutely terrified of her father. She begged the mother for a safe place to stay, and the mother immediately agreed, offering her a temporary haven from her family. The girl eventually returned home, but the tension remained. The mother could not shake the lingering feeling that she had stepped into something highly volatile. Fast forward to September 10th, 2018. It was a warm night, and the mother's husband was away on business. Left alone with her two kids, she went through her usual evening routine, locking the doors and putting them to bed. By midnight, the entire house was quiet and peaceful. But at exactly 4 o'clock in the morning, the quiet silence was shattered by the loud, sudden ring of her front doorbell. The mother jolted awake in her bed, her heart instantly pounding. Who could possibly be at her door at this hour of the night? Thinking it might be an emergency, she quickly grabbed her smartphone and opened her security camera app, waiting in suspense for the live video feed to load. When the screen finally lit up, she stared at it in absolute disbelief. Standing right there on her dark porch, illuminated by the overhead light, was her neighbor. But he did not look like a neighbor coming over to ask for help. He was wearing a heavy tactical bulletproof vest strapped tightly to his chest, and in his hands he was holding a massive military-style assault rifle. He stood perfectly still, staring directly at her door, waiting. A wave of cold terror washed over her. This was a man heavily armed and prepared for a violent confrontation, standing on her doorstep in the middle of the night. She knew she had only seconds to act, avoiding any noise that might provoke him. She slipped out of bed and crept into her children's bedrooms. She woke them up, whispering that they had to play a special game of being completely silent. She quietly led them into the windowless master bathroom in the center of the house and locked the door. Inside the pitch-black bathroom, they huddled on the floor. The mother held her children tightly, using her body as a shield. She pulled out her phone and first called her husband. He was miles away, completely helpless, listening as she whispered that their armed neighbor was standing outside. Next, she dialed 911. Speaking to the dispatcher in a barely audible whisper, she explained that her neighbor was on her front porch with an assault rifle and a bulletproof vest, while she hid with her children in the bathroom. The dispatcher urged her to keep everyone low and stay quiet, promising her that officers were already rushing to the scene. but help was not right around the corner, and the wait was agonizing. For 25 minutes, the mother and her children sat in the dark, listening to the heavy silence of the house. Every tiny creak of the floorboards or rustle of the wind outside made her heart stop. She kept picturing the man outside, wondering if he would shoot through the door. She remembered how his daughter had cried, saying she was terrified of him. Now she knew exactly why. That dangerous man was standing just feet away from her family. Finally, she saw flashing lights through the bathroom door cracks. The police had arrived, swarming the property with weapons drawn. They located the neighbor nearby. After a tense standoff, they disarmed him and took him into custody without any injuries. The neighbor faced serious charges, including aggravated assault. The subsequent police investigation revealed that his daughter's escape to the neighbor's house had deeply enraged him. He believed his neighbors were actively interfering in his family business, harboring his daughter, and turning her against him. The vest and the assault rifle were meant to send a lethal message, or worse, to forcibly take back control of his family. The entire neighborhood was left deeply shaken by the incident. The mother and her children struggled with a lingering sense of vulnerability for a long time afterward. Their home, which had once felt like an impenetrable fortress, had been breached by the terrifying reality of what lay right across the street. The very camera that had saved their lives was now a constant reminder of how close they had come to a tragedy. And so, a simple act of neighborly kindness, offering shelter to a terrified girl, had nearly cost a mother and her children their lives. It is a chilling reminder that we never truly know what is happening behind closed doors, or what our neighbors are capable of when those doors are opened. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. I once had 2 job interviews in North Carolina. I lived in New York at the time, and I was taking the drive down there instead of flying just to save some money. My cubicle job at the time absolutely sucked, and the 2 positions I was interviewing for in North Carolina represented a much-needed breath of fresh air. They were stable corporate office jobs with excellent health benefits, retirement plans, and really good starting salaries. Plus, the weather down south would be much better than the freezing winters in New York. I was planning to drive down there on a Thursday night. I took off from work on Friday because that is when the 2 interviews were scheduled. Since I had to work on Thursday, I had to hit the road as soon as I was off work. I stopped by my apartment first to grab my suitcase and the other stuff I was bringing. Then I said goodbye to my family and set off. It was a long 8+ hour drive ahead of me. My estimated time of arrival was into the early hours of the morning. Somewhere around 2 a.m., I was heading to a comfort inn. I drank about 3 cups of coffee during my first few hours of driving, and for a while I was doing pretty good. But if you are already running on fumes, no amount of coffee is going to keep you going for long. I already did not get much sleep the night before because I was stressing over these interviews, and after a long, busy day at work, the last thing I wanted to be doing was driving close to 9 hours straight. It was very late at night now, and I had about 2 hours left in the drive. There were very few other cars on the road this late at night on a weeknight. The highway was dark, lined with endless rows of tall pine trees that seemed to swallow the light from my high beams. I was starting to feel really sleepy, but I knew most of the drive was behind me, so I kept pushing. Suddenly, on the side of the highway, I saw a man in a suit standing there. He was not walking and he was not moving at all. He was just facing my car as I approached, and as I looked at him while I passed by, I saw his head turning to follow my car. I literally said out loud to myself, "What the fuck?" It was truly bizarre. I almost contemplated turning around and asking if he needed a ride. He was just in the middle of the highway in a suit at like 12:30 at night. I started coming up with stories in my head about what may have happened to him, like maybe his girlfriend kicked him out of the car after an argument. I did this just to keep my mind awake because I felt myself drifting away. Then, something beyond frightening happened. It was only maybe 10 minutes after I had seen that first man that I saw another man on the side of the road coming up. He was also in a suit, and he was also just standing there, perfectly still in the pitch blackness. What the hell was going on out here? I slowed down to pull to the side of the road to possibly ask if everything was okay, and maybe offer him a ride. My tires crunched on the gravel shoulder as I slowed down. I do not really know what I was thinking, but either way, when I was on the shoulder and almost to a complete stop, I looked in the rearview mirror and then turned around completely. That man was just gone. It was like he had completely disappeared into the thin air. I stepped on the gas and got back on the road as fast as I could. I felt like I was losing my mind. I needed to stop for another coffee. I had about an hour and a half to go at this point. I stopped at the first pit stop I could find and bought a medium coffee. I drank a few sips, but as I was sitting in the rest area gas station parking lot, I spotted a man in a suit again. This time he was standing under a light post. It was the exact same man, and this time I got a much clearer view of his face. He looked like a middle-aged white man with short dark brown hair, clean-shaven, and he had a totally neutral expression, but it was the way he was once again facing my car that freaked me out so badly. I turned the car on and got out of there without looking back. I wanted to complete this drive, but the coffee just was not doing it anymore. I felt like I was going to pass out behind the wheel, and I knew I was not going to make it safely. So I pulled off the highway and parked in a random empty parking lot. I angled the driver's seat all the way down and I attempted to go to sleep. As tired as I was, I could not help but feel incredibly scared in this empty parking lot. I was terrified that if I opened my eyes, I would see that man in the suit standing right outside my window. I was slowly drifting into a sleep when something suddenly made me wake up and open my eyes. It was probably just my mind playing tricks on me again, but I was startled. I looked around the outside of my car, terrified I was going to see him. I looked out each window, and then I looked through the front windshield, and everything was completely clear. Then, I looked in the rearview mirror, and I felt my soul leave my body for a second. Right there in the reflection, I saw a person sitting in my back seat. I am sure it was the man in the suit again, but I did not look long enough to confirm. I flung the car door open, screamed at the top of my lungs, and fell backwards out of the car. As I crawled backward on the pavement, I kept screaming until I finally got up, looked inside the car, and saw absolutely nobody. The back seat was completely empty. As I came to my senses, I realized my mind had been playing tricks on me all night long. There was no man in a suit. I was just completely exhausted and desperately needed to sleep. I got back in my car, my heart racing at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Honestly, though, at this point I was far too awake and terrified to actually go back to sleep. I turned the car back on, finished my coffee, and banged out the rest of the drive. By the time I checked into the hotel and got to my room, I fell onto the bed and passed out right away. The next day, my first interview was at 11 a.m., so I did not get much sleep, but I definitely felt somewhat recharged. However, the second my interviewer walked out to greet me, I froze up entirely. My interviewer looked absolutely identical to the image of the man in the suit I kept hallucinating the night before. I know the interviewer noticed me freeze up because I could see the confusion in his face. I tried to recover from this, but it set a really bad tone for the rest of the interview, and I was completely nervous and out of it the whole time. I felt like I was stuck in a dream. I left that interview with only an hour to get ready for my next one. Thankfully, my next interviewer was a woman, and I did much better with that one because I actually ended up getting the job. I still work here and live in North Carolina to this day. Now, my old therapist told me that she thinks the stress of mentally preparing for the interviews, mixed with the extreme lack of sleep, caused me to hallucinate the main cause of my fear and stress, and so I hallucinated a man in a suit, because that is exactly who I pictured would be interviewing me. I feel like it does not sound too far-fetched, but it does not change how downright horrific the whole ordeal was. Now, let me tell you about another night that I will never forget. I was driving in Clearfield County, Pennsylvania, late one night to avoid the heavy traffic getting home. It was probably a little past midnight at this point, and the road was basically completely deserted, which is just the way I like it. I was listening to my usual podcast on the radio when a sharp ding came from my dashboard, alerting me that I was extremely low on fuel. I immediately put a pit stop into my Maps application for the nearest gas station, which turned out to be a little ways up this highly secluded road. About 5 minutes later, I pulled into the gas station on the right side of the road. It was the only parking lot for miles around, as this road was basically nothing but thick woods on each side. The gas station was just some generic, no-name station with dim lighting. As I pulled next to the pump, I noticed a man filling up the tank of his old beaten-up pickup truck. He was staring at me intensely as I walked past him and into the convenience shop. Inside the shop, the air was cold and smelled like old hot dogs. I bought a cheap coffee and paid cash for my gas at the counter. When I came back outside, I noticed the man at the pump was finally getting into his pickup truck, and then he drove away into the darkness. After a couple of minutes of filling up my own tank, I got back in my car and continued my drive. But not even a minute after leaving the gas station, I noticed something strange on the side of the road. Parked on the grass was that exact same pickup truck from the gas station. It was just sitting there next to the woods with all of its lights turned completely off. I thought it was interesting, but I kept driving, looking in my rearview mirror to see if the headlights would turn on. They did not, so I turned my podcast back on and continued my drive home. A few minutes passed, though, and I heard another loud ding come from my car. My dashboard screen showed that one of my tires was suddenly very low on pressure. I slowed down and immediately started hearing a loud rhythmic wobbling sound. I rolled down my window and knew right away that I had a flat tire. I pulled over to the side of the road and got out to investigate. Sure enough, it was my rear driver's side tire, and it was completely flat. I did not think I had hit anything on the road, as I definitely would have felt a bump. That was when a terrifying thought came to my head. What if that guy at the gas station had slashed my tire while I was inside paying? I took out my cell phone and was looking up the phone number for my roadside assistance company on Google. As I was searching, I heard the faint sound of a car or truck engine a little down the road behind me. But oddly, when I looked back, I did not see any headlights. It was just pitch black down there. Then the sound of the engine suddenly stopped, and everything went completely quiet again. I went to my trunk to grab the emergency flashlight out of my toolbox, which my dad had given me 1 year as a Christmas present. I grabbed the long light rod, turned it on, and aimed its bright beam down the road. In the distance, I saw the reflection of a truck's headlights parked on the side of the road about 200 feet away from me. It looked exactly like that pickup truck from earlier. I let out a gasp, dropped everything, and ran straight into the thick woods. I ducked down behind a big bush and a tree, hiding myself in the dark. I took out my phone with trembling hands and called 911. I heard the sound of the truck down the road starting up again, and this time the headlights were turned on. I heard and saw through the branches of the bush as the truck pulled up slowly and stopped right next to my car. After a short, agonizing moment of silence, a man's voice yelled out from the darkness, asking if I needed some help. I knew better than to answer him. The 911 operator finally picked up, and I whispered into the phone, explaining my location and telling her that someone had slashed my tire, and that I believed the person who did it was right there, following me. The lady on the line asked me a bunch of standard questions, asking me to describe the man and his truck. Right then, I heard the heavy sound of the truck door opening and closing. I told the lady over the phone that the man had just gotten out of his truck. She told me to remain completely hidden in the woods if I thought he was a threat, and she asked if I could see if he was armed. And that was exactly when the call suddenly disconnected. I had absolutely terrible cell reception out there in the middle of nowhere. I waited in the freezing dark, hoping she would call me back. I was sure she was trying to, but the call just would not go through. Then I heard the sound of another passing car coming down the road. This new vehicle was slowing down, and then I heard talking. It was the voice of another man. I slowly crept closer to the edge of the woods to get a better view of the road. I saw the man from the pickup truck standing next to this other, stopped pickup truck in the middle of the road. He was talking to the driver. I overheard the creepy man coming up with a fake explanation, telling the driver that he was just helping out a friend whose car had broken down. At that exact moment, I rushed out of the woods and into the road, yelling for help and screaming that I did not know this man at all. Both the man in the stopped truck and the man who followed me whipped their heads around to look at me. I screamed to the driver of the stopped truck that this man had slashed my tire and followed me all the way here. The driver's reaction was to look at the creepy man with a deeply disturbed look on his face. The creepy man immediately began to deny having done anything to my tires, claiming he had never seen me before in his entire life. At the same exact time, he hurried back to his pickup truck, started the engine, and backed up quickly until he cleared both of our vehicles. Then he sped off into the night. The man in the other pickup truck got out of his vehicle and examined my flat tire, confirming it looked like it had been sliced. He kindly offered me a ride into town, but I told him I already had police officers on the way. Sure enough, within a few minutes, a cop car with its blue and red lights flashing pulled up beside us. The driver of the other truck stayed and vouched for me when I told the officer about the creepy man. The police officer said he would go down to the gas station and request to see the security camera footage to see if it caught the pickup driver actually slashing my tire. The officer took down all of my information and waited with me until the roadside assistance tow truck finally arrived. The tow truck driver gave me a ride to a local repair shop in the nearest town, where my dad eventually came to pick me up after a long, stressful wait. I never heard back from that police officer despite calling the station twice, so I guess he did not see anything useful in that diner video footage. It is incredibly scary to think about how close I was to probably being abducted that night. But as terrifying as that night was, nothing compares to the most horrific night of my life when I drove up to visit my boyfriend Todd. I am 28 years old, and since Todd lives in a different state, we take turns visiting each other. However, I usually end up going to his place since he has his own apartment, and I still share a cramped place with my sister as roommates. It was winter break, and since I work as a school teacher, I had the entire week off. I was making the long journey in my crappy, unreliable 2009 Hyundai Sonata through a heavy, freezing snowstorm that was quickly turning into a dangerous, full-blown blizzard. Realizing the driving conditions were too dangerous, I decided to seek shelter. I stopped at a small diner for a quick sandwich and some hot coffee. The friendly waitress warned me that the roads were turning into a sheet of ice and recommended a couple of local motels. Overhearing our conversation, a strange man sitting alone at the bar spun around on his stool. He introduced himself to me as Toby and told me about a cheap, decent motel located just 5 minutes up the road. I felt an instant wave of discomfort around him, so I gave him a fake name, Michelle, and left the diner as soon as I paid my check. The snow was falling rapidly as I arrived at the motel. I paid $50 cash for a room with a tacky red carpet. The room had absolutely zero cell reception, so I had to put my boots back on and trudge through the deep snow to the lobby to get the Wi-Fi password. On my way there, I noticed a newly parked car with the dark silhouette of someone sitting silently inside. Back in my room, I managed to get on a very shaky and freezing FaceTime call with Todd. As we texted, I heard a rustling sound from the bathroom and noticed the door was shut. Suddenly, I remembered in my rush to get the Wi-Fi, I had left my motel door completely unlocked. Todd told me to check the door lock immediately. When I slowly opened it, my blood ran cold. There was a fresh set of footprints in the snow leading from that newly parked car directly to my room door, and the car itself was now completely empty. I locked the door and ran to the front lobby. The clerk refused to call the police and instead called his friend in another language. As I looked out the lobby window, I watched Toby walk out of my motel room, look at me through the glass, and drive away in his car. The clerk eventually moved me to another room, but I did not sleep at all that night. I still have no trust in strangers after what happened in that room. These experiences show how fragile our safety really is. Whether it is our minds playing tricks on us from extreme exhaustion, or real-world predators lurking in the dark, danger is always closer than we think. We can only rely on our instincts to get us through. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. Our first story begins with a 21-year-old college student who was home for the summer. She was looking forward to a relaxing break, but instead, she ended up living through a terrifying experience that made it completely impossible for her to sleep for days. It all started on an ordinary weekday around 10 in the morning. She decided to walk over to a small, family-owned mom-and-pop bagel place right near her house. She went there quite often, usually ordering the exact same thing, and sometimes bringing back extra bagels for her family. When she walked inside the shop that morning, She noticed a young guy working behind the counter. He looked to be about 24 or 25 years old. As soon as she walked through the door, he greeted her. But there was something intense about the way he looked at her. He did not just look up and smile. He watched her every move with a strange level of focus. She placed her order and then reached into her purse to grab her wallet so she could pay. But as she was pulling her credit card out, her hand slipped, and her entire collection of spare change spilled out of her wallet, clattering and rolling all over the floor. She was absolutely mortified. She hated drawing attention to herself, and now coins were scattered everywhere. Before she could even bend down to pick them up, the employee rushed out from behind the counter. He dropped to his knees right next to her and started helping her gather the coins. As they were both on the floor, she noticed that he had a bandage on one of his fingers and that it looked visibly injured. Seeing this made her feel 10 times worse. She felt like she was causing him pain just by making him help her. She insisted that he did not need to help, telling him that she could easily pick up the rest herself. But the employee was completely adamant. He kept grabbing the coins and handed them back to her. To break the awkward silence, she asked him how he had hurt his finger. He sighed and explained that he had actually dislocated it while playing rugby. They ended up having a very brief, completely harmless conversation about the sport. He told her how long he had been playing and where his team usually played. It felt like a perfectly normal, polite interaction. She paid for her food, thanked him, wished him a nice day, and walked back home. She did not think any more of it. It was just an everyday encounter with a friendly worker. But later that afternoon, things took a very weird turn. She was sitting in her room when she checked her phone and noticed a new notification on Instagram. Someone had started following her. She mindlessly clicked on the notification to see who it was. The moment the profile picture loaded, her stomach completely dropped. It was the guy from the bagel shop. She was absolutely baffled. She could not understand how he had even found her. Her social media accounts were public because she was pursuing a career in music and theater, and her handles were just her first and last name. So yes, if someone knew her name, she was easy to find. But the problem was, she had never told him her name. They had only spoken for a couple of minutes about his finger and rugby. She tried to think of how he could have possibly gotten her name. Did he look at the name printed on her credit card when she handed it to him? Or did he print out a duplicate receipt after she left to copy her name down? The thought made her feel incredibly uneasy. She did not want a stranger from a local shop invading her personal life, so she promptly removed him as a follower and tried to put it out of her mind. But about half an hour later, her phone buzzed again. He had followed her a second time, and this time he did not just follow her, he sent her a direct message. She opened the chat and read the text. He wrote that he hoped it was not too weird that he had found her Instagram, but he claimed he just could not stop thinking about her since she came into the shop. Now, the uneasy feeling turned into genuine worry. She was used to getting random messages from online creeps because of her public profile, but this was different. This guy knew what she looked like in person, and his job was literally 10 minutes away from her house. He had physical access to her. She decided to block his account immediately, hoping that would be the absolute end of it, but she was completely wrong. A few days later, her busy schedule started back up. She was working a job from 7:30 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon, and then she had rehearsals for a theater show from 6 in the evening until 10 at night. During her lunch break at work, she sat down and checked her phone. She was shocked to see that the guy had created a completely new Instagram account. He had gone through her profile and spam-liked over 50 of her posts. She had a wall of notifications all from him. He had also sent more messages, complimenting her appearance, asking why she had blocked him, and repeatedly insisting that he just wanted to get to know her. She tried to ignore it and went to her theater rehearsal later that evening. During a quick 5-minute break, she checked her phone again. This time, she had over 100 notifications across multiple platforms. He had somehow found her Snapchat and her TikTok accounts. He had gone through her TikTok and spam-liked videos of her going all the way back to 22. But the most alarming part was the string of direct messages he was sending. His tone was no longer polite. He was becoming increasingly demanding and angry. He kept asking why she was not answering him. He complained about having to make new accounts every time she blocked him. He commented that she looked pretty that day, which meant he had seen her in person somewhere. He even mentioned seeing her profile on the dating app Hinge and angrily questioned why she had not matched with him. She stood in the theater in absolute silence, her heart racing as she tried to process what was happening. She felt completely helpless. Rehearsal ended at 10 o'clock that night. She walked out of the stage door into the dark, empty parking lot, gripping her car keys tightly in her hand. She took only a few steps before she froze. Through the darkness, she could see a figure hovering right next to her driver's side door. She could not see his face clearly because she was nearsighted, but she could tell it was a man standing right by her window. Panic seized her. She turned around and bolted back inside the theater, locking the heavy stage door behind her. She ran through the building until she found Finn, the head stage manager. She was shaking so badly she could barely speak. Finn was incredibly kind and calm. He told her to wait in the green room while he went outside to check the parking lot. While she was waiting, her phone buzzed. She looked down and saw a new message from another fake account. The message said, "You look really good in blue tonight." She looked down at her clothes. She was wearing a blue shirt. He was watching her right then. She burst into tears, completely overwhelmed by fear. When Finn returned, he said he did not see anyone, but he promised to stay with her and walk her to her car. They walked out together into the pitch-black parking lot. As she approached her car door, she stopped. Right there, on her driver's side window, were two distinct handprints pressed against the glass. It was proof that he had been standing there, looking inside. She realized he must have found out she was at the theater, because she had reposted a cast announcement on her Instagram story earlier that week. She felt sick to her stomach, knowing he now knew exactly where she would be every night. For the rest of the week, Finn walked her to her car every night. She took alternate routes to work, stopped posting on her social media until she was home, and stopped going to the bagel shop. But this made him angrier. He bombarded her with furious messages, demanding to know why she stopped coming to the shop, asking where she was, and warning her that he could easily find her. She debated calling the police, but she worried they would not take it seriously. Finally, opening weekend arrived. She was too scared to go out into the lobby after the performances, so she stayed backstage. After the Saturday matinee, a friend from the cast came back to find her. Her friend was holding a bouquet of flowers. She said someone had left them at the box office for her. She opened the attached note and her heart sank. It was from him. The note said he was disappointed she had not come out to see him. It mentioned that she had stopped buying bagels and was no longer parking her car in her usual spot at work, but he promised he would be patient. It said the roses would look lovely in her bedroom. And then, he wrote that she did not need the stage manager to walk her to her car anymore because she had him. That was the final straw. She took the flowers and note straight to the theater management. They investigated and discovered a newly hired girl at the box office had let him backstage after he claimed to be her boyfriend. Even worse, they checked the database and found he had purchased tickets for every single night of the show's run. The director immediately called an emergency meeting. They banned him and voided his tickets. Since then, she has been trying to get a restraining order, praying that he will finally leave her alone for good. But stalking and harassment do not always start with a face-to-face interaction. Sometimes it begins with a chance encounter in the middle of the night. This brings us to our second story, which takes place back in the year 2018 in Northern Ireland. The person telling this story lived on a quiet residential street. Directly opposite their house, there was a row of local shops. At the very end of this row was a small community pharmacy. It was the very first building you saw when you turned off the main road onto their street. It was around 2 in the morning. She was driving back home after spending the evening at a friend's house. She was absolutely exhausted. All she could think about was getting into her warm bed and falling asleep. She was on complete autopilot as she made the short drive through the quiet streets. As she neared her road, she noticed something. In the dim glow of the streetlights, she could see the dark silhouette of a person standing directly outside the pharmacy. At first, she did not think much of it. It was a weekend, and she assumed it was just someone who had too much to drink walking home from a pub, or perhaps someone taking a late-night walk to clear their head. But as she slowed down to make the turn onto her street, she realized the person had not moved at all. They were dressed completely in black clothing. They were standing perfectly still on the pavement, right in front of the locked glass doors of the pharmacy. Even from inside the safety of her locked car, she felt a sudden chill. Something about the scene felt completely wrong. She had lived on this street for almost her entire life. She knew the neighborhood well. She had heard stories about people attempting to break into the pharmacy late at night to steal medication. It dawned on her that she might be witnessing an active burglary about to happen. She slowed her car down even more to get a closer look as she made the turn. As her headlights swept across the front of the building, they fully illuminated the figure. Instantly, her heart dropped. The moment the light hit him, the person raised both of their hands to cover their face. They were wearing thick black leather gloves. The man slowly turned his head, keeping his eyes on her car as she drove past, his face still obscured by his gloved hands. Panic set in. She accelerated, and out of pure instinct, pulled directly into her own driveway across the street. The moment her tires stopped, she realized what a terrible mistake she had made. By parking in her own driveway, she had just shown this suspicious, potentially dangerous man exactly where she lived. She sat frozen in her car, terrified to move. She slowly looked up at her rearview mirror to see if he was still standing there. When she looked, the space in front of the pharmacy was completely empty. The realization made her blood run cold. It had only been 20 seconds since she drove past him. If he was not standing there anymore, where had he gone? She knew he could not have walked out of sight that quickly unless he was moving toward her. She took a deep breath, opened her door, and sprinted to her house. She had never run so fast in her life. She shoved her key into the lock, burst inside, and slammed the door, locking it securely behind her. She texted her friend to tell them what happened. Her friend tried to calm her down, suggesting that her headlights had probably just scared him off, and that she was overthinking things because she was tired. It sounded like a reasonable explanation, so she decided to let it go. She did not call the police, since she had not actually seen him break into the pharmacy. Her bedroom was at the front of the house, offering a clear view of the street and the pharmacy. Before going to bed, she peeked through her blinds one last time. The street was completely empty and silent. She closed the blinds, but decided to leave her bedroom window cracked open a few inches to let some fresh air in, just as she always did. She got into bed and quickly fell asleep. She did not know how long she had been asleep when she was suddenly jolted awake. She was a very deep sleeper, so waking up in the middle of the night was incredibly unusual for her. She lay perfectly still in the dark, listening intently to the silence, trying to figure out what had woken her. Then she heard it. It was the sound of someone humming. It was very faint, but it was slow and steady, like someone casually passing the time. It was coming from right outside her open window. She checked her phone. It was 3:30 in the morning. Her entire body froze with terror. Why would someone be humming outside her bedroom window at this hour? She tried to convince herself she was just imagining things, but she knew she was not. She realized with horror that her window was cracked open, and if whoever was out there decided to push it, they could easily climb into her room. She was completely alone and helpless. She knew she had to call the police, but she was terrified that if she spoke, the person outside would hear her and realize she was awake. She decided her best plan was to sneak out of bed, quietly close and lock the window, and then run to another room to call for help. She crept out of bed, trying not to make a single sound. Her hands were shaking violently as she reached for the blinds. Suddenly, the humming stopped. The sudden silence was terrifying. Her heart was beating so fast she was worried the person outside would hear it. She slowly, carefully pulled back the blinds to look out. What she saw made her scream in pure terror. The man in black was standing directly outside her window. He had never left the area. When she pulled into her driveway earlier, he had hidden in the shadows and watched her. He saw her turn on her bedroom light and close her blinds, which told him exactly which room was hers. He was standing right there, his leather-gloved hands still covering his face, but this time his fingers were slightly spread apart. He was staring directly at her through the gap in his fingers, and as she watched, a slow, terrifying smile spread across the visible part of his face underneath his hands. She screamed at the top of her lungs and threw herself away from the window. She grabbed her phone, dialed 999, and sobbed into the phone. The dispatcher could barely understand her through her hysterics. She felt an overwhelming sense of relief when the flashing police lights finally illuminated her room. The police searched the entire property, the gardens, and the nearby alleys, but the man had already fled. However, they found that the glass door of the pharmacy had been completely smashed. The security shutter had kept him from getting inside, so he had given up and targeted her house instead. The police believed he followed her because she had witnessed him trying to break in. She still lives in that house today, and though she has never seen him again, she still looks at that exact spot every time she drives past the pharmacy late at night, remembering the eyes staring at her through the gloved fingers. This brings us to our third and final story, which shows just how dangerous it can be when the person stalking you has access to the most secure place in your life, your home. Before this experience, the narrator was never really afraid of living alone. She was a 19-year-old girl who was incredibly excited to finally gain some independence. She had been living in a difficult roommate situation, so she was eager to have a space of her own. She worked full-time as a server at a popular chain restaurant not far from her hometown. She worked long hours and made decent money for her age, which allowed her to comfortably afford an apartment. She found a complex located just down the road from her job. It was affordable, seemed safe, and was extremely convenient. For the first few months of her lease, everything seemed perfectly fine. Her neighbors were relatively quiet, and she quickly settled into a comfortable routine. She would go to work, come home, and relax. Her only real chores outside of her apartment were walking to the leasing office to check her mailbox, or taking her trash bags to the dumpsters provided by the complex. Both of these tasks were located less than half a mile away, and only took her a few minutes to complete. But after those first few peaceful months, she started noticing strange things happening inside her apartment. It began with an unusual feeling. She would walk through her front door after a long shift at work and immediately feel like something was off. It was not the feeling of someone actively watching her, but rather the distinct sensation that someone had been in her apartment while she was gone. The air felt different, and things felt slightly out of place. Her apartment was located on the second floor. When you opened the front door, you had to climb a flight of stairs before the space opened up into the living room and the kitchen. One day, she came home, walked up the stairs, and stopped in her tracks. There, printed clearly on her light-colored carpet, were very large, muddy, man-sized footprints. They led from the stairs, across the living room, and straight into the kitchen. She was terrified. She immediately ran into the kitchen to see if someone was hiding in there, but it was completely empty. The kitchen did not have any place for an adult to hide, so she quickly searched the rest of the apartment, checking her closets and looking under her bed. There was no one there. She then went around the apartment to check all of her valuables. She looked for her laptop, her jewelry, and her electronic devices. Surprisingly, absolutely nothing was missing. This confused her even more. If someone had broken into her home, why had they not stolen anything? She called the leasing office to see if any maintenance workers had been scheduled to do repairs in her apartment that day. She thought maybe they had entered without telling her. But the leasing office checked their records and confirmed that no maintenance had been scheduled for her unit. She had a close friend who lived in the same apartment complex just a few streets away. She called him and explained what she had found. But her friend did not take her seriously. He chuckled and told her she was probably just being paranoid. He suggested that she had probably walked through her apartment with muddy shoes on her feet and simply forgotten about it. She knew for a fact that she had not done that, but with no proof, she had no choice but to try and let it go. She made sure to double-check that her doors and windows were locked every single time she left. But the strange events did not stop. In fact, they became even more frequent and bizarre. One afternoon, she came home and opened her refrigerator to grab a drink. She noticed that her brand new, completely unopened gallon jug of water was now sitting out on the kitchen counter. It had been opened, and about half of the water was gone. On another occasion, she walked into her apartment and was hit by a wave of intense heat. She walked over to her thermostat and saw that the heating had been cranked up to the highest possible setting. She knew she would never do this. especially since she was responsible for paying her own heating bills and tried to save money. Each time something like this happened, she called her friend to tell him, but he continued to dismiss her concerns, telling her she was just being forgetful and that she was letting her imagination get the best of her. After all, she was a server and constantly had piles of cash and coins sitting out in the open on her counter from her tips. If someone was breaking in, why would they not just take the easy money? It did not make any sense. After a while, with no real evidence to show the police, she actually started to believe her friend. She began to wonder if she was indeed losing her mind or becoming incredibly forgetful. She tried to ignore the strange occurrences and just focus on her work. But then, one summer night, she arrived home after a very late shift at the restaurant. It was around 11 o'clock and pitch black outside. She walked from her car through the quiet parking lot to her apartment. As she reached out with her key to unlock the door, her heart skipped a beat. Her door was already cracked open. It was not wide open, but it was definitely unlocked and unlatched. She knew with absolute certainty that she had locked it before leaving for work. She was incredibly cautious now, and she would never leave her door unlocked. She also worried about her young cat, who was kept strictly indoors. Despite her fear, she decided to go inside to make sure her cat was safe. She searched the rooms and finally found her cat hiding under the couch. She was relieved, but she was also incredibly angry. She knew with 100% certainty that someone had been entering her home. She decided she needed to gather proof. She came up with a simple but effective test. Every single time she left her apartment, no matter how briefly, she would place a small piece of clear tape across the bottom of the door frame, right where the door met the wall. If someone opened the door while she was gone, the tape would be pulled away or fall off. To her absolute horror, the tape was either moved or missing every single time she returned. It did not matter if she was gone for an 8-hour shift at work, or if she just walked down the street for 2 minutes to throw away her garbage. The tape was always disturbed. This meant someone was actively watching her. They knew her exact schedule, and they were waiting for the precise moment she stepped away from her apartment to go inside. She called the police and started filing official reports. The officers told her they would keep them on file, but without any evidence of forced entry or theft, they could not do much. She went to the leasing office and asked to be let out of her lease, but they refused to help her or let her break her contract. She felt completely trapped and terrified. Her life became a constant state of anxiety, expecting her door to be open every time she came home. Then one afternoon, she was relaxing at home on a rare day off. She looked over at her television console and realized something was wrong. Her gaming system and several other expensive electronics were completely gone. It was her first real win. She finally had solid, undeniable proof of a crime. She immediately called the police and then called her friend. The police came and took a detailed report of the theft. Her friend was completely shocked and deeply apologetic for doubting her for so long. He started keeping a closer eye on her place, and even let her borrow his large dog to stay with her while she was at work. The break-ins finally stopped after that. She finished her lease, packed up her things, and moved away, promising herself she would never return to that complex. 4 years passed. She met her partner, and they eventually decided to move in together. They needed to find a cheap apartment, and even though she had vowed never to return, the old complex was the most affordable option. She figured that since she was now living with her partner, and since so much time had passed, it would be fine. For a while, things were perfectly normal, but one afternoon, she was carrying groceries from her car when she was stopped by a maintenance worker. He called her by her name and pointed over to her old building, asking if she used to live in that specific unit years ago. She felt an immediate wave of panic. She did not know this man, and she did not understand how he knew her name or where she used to live. She defensively told him no and asked how he had that information. The man explained that the leasing agent in the office had mentioned it to him. She took a step back, her flight response kicking in. But then, the maintenance worker shared some information that changed everything. He told her that a former maintenance worker who used to work there had recently been fired and arrested. He had been using his master keys to break into the apartments of single women throughout the complex. The worker said he was certain she had been one of his victims. The truth finally clicked into place. He had a master key, which was why there was never any forced entry, and he knew her schedule because he lived directly across the street. His front door faced hers, less than 50 feet away. He had been watching her from his window, waiting for her to leave, and then using his key to slip inside her home. She felt a sickening mix of fear and validation. She had not been crazy. To this day, she is incredibly grateful that the situation did not escalate into something far worse, but she still carries the lessons of that apartment with her, always trusting her instincts and never taking her own safety for granted. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. This first story is very popular among my family and my close friends, and every single time we talk about it, it sends a cold shiver down everyone's spine. The main person in this story is Amanda. At the time this happened, she was dating my brother. They had only been together for a few months, so they were not ready to make the big decision to move in together. Amanda was actively looking for her very first apartment because she was finally ready to move out of her parents' house. Since rent was extremely high and she was on a tight budget, she decided her best option was to find a roommate online. She went onto Craigslist, which was a very common place to search for housing in that area, especially for young professionals. After scrolling for a while, she found an ad titled "Roommate Wanted, Females Only." This seemed perfect to her. The listing was for a room in a beautiful house for only $225 a month, which was incredibly cheap compared to other places. The occupant described herself as a 23-year-old college student who was not comfortable living with males. The new roommate would have their own room and an attached bathroom. Amanda was completely into this place. The only strange thing was that the listing had only a single photo taken from the outside of the house. But she did not think much of it. She sent an email wanting to tour the house. Within 30 minutes, she got an email back with the details. The girl worked late, so she asked Amanda to stop by at 8 o'clock in the evening. When Amanda arrived, the sun had already gone down. She walked up to the front entrance and noticed a handwritten note taped to the door. The note read, "Door broken, please use back door." She shrugged it off, thinking it was just a temporary issue, and walked around the side of the house. The property looked a bit unkempt, with tall grass, weeds, and dusty windows, but she did not feel any major alarm bells yet. She knocked on the back door, and after a few moments, an older man opened it. Amanda immediately froze, thinking she had the wrong house. But the man smiled, reassured her, and said she was at the right place. He claimed the occupant was out because she had to work late, and since he was the landlord, the girl had asked him to show Amanda around. He seemed pleasant enough, so Amanda stepped inside, but her internal alarms were starting to go off. First of all, the man was clearly in his late 40s, completely unshaven, and looked like he lived in his car. Another weird thing was that only the kitchen light was turned on. The rest of the house was completely dark. As they walked around, Amanda noticed a massive red flag. There was absolutely no furniture in the house, no couches, no tables, nothing. The landlord was polite when answering questions, but he seemed highly irritable about keeping the lights on. He rushed her from room to room, only letting her look for a few moments. There was one specific door that he refused to open, telling her it was the occupant's private room, and he did not want to invade her privacy. As they walked into the living room, she noticed the front door, which the note claimed was broken, had a thick wooden plank nailed flat across the frame. It was boarded shut from the inside. At this point, Amanda was terrified and wanted to leave immediately. She tried to remain polite, thanking him for the showing and saying she would let him know. But as she started heading toward the exit, the man suddenly perked up. He looked at her and said he completely forgot to show her the basement. He claimed it was recently furnished and would make a perfect recreation room for her, and she absolutely had to see it. They were standing in a narrow hallway between the living room and the kitchen, and right there was the basement door. The man opened the door. It opened outward, which physically blocked Amanda's path, creating a tight barrier between her and the back door she had entered through. The staircase leading down was pitch black. The man looked at her, smiled, gestured toward the darkness, and said, "Ladies first." It was a terrifying moment, and what happened next was pure luck. Just as she was trying to figure out how to escape, her phone vibrated in her hand. It was a text message, but at that exact moment, she heard a car pull up and park out in front of the house. Thinking quickly, Amanda pretended her phone was ringing. She put it to her ear and pretended to answer a call, loudly saying that she was glad they had arrived, and telling the fictional caller that she would come right out to the front and let them in. She acted completely natural, slid past the landlord before he could react, and walked quickly out the back door. The man just stared at her with a deeply confused expression. Once outside, she sprinted to her car, locked the doors, and sped away as fast as she could. When she got home, she told her mother and my brother everything. They immediately called the police, and officers went to investigate. They found that the Craigslist post had already been completely deleted, but what they discovered at the house was truly horrifying. It turned out that the house had actually been foreclosed over 6 months prior, and the entire property was abandoned. The man Amanda met was a squatter. When the police searched the locked bedroom, they found a pile of dirty blankets, rotten food, and empty water jugs scattered on the floor. Even worse, the man had covered the walls with ripped-up pages from explicit magazines. But the most disturbing discovery was down in the basement. When the officers walked down the stairs, they found that the man had tied a very thin piece of fishing twine tightly across the stairs at shin level, about halfway down. In the dark, anyone walking down would have tripped and fallen. At the bottom of the stairs, the basement was empty, except for another pile of dirty blankets, a long broom handle wrapped in leather belts, and a small box with several rolls of tape. It was clear that if Amanda had gone down those stairs, she would have tripped, fallen in the dark, and been trapped down there with him. The second story took place during a hot summer when I was only 14 years old. At that age, I was absolutely obsessed with playing hockey, and I was desperately looking to buy some goalie equipment. Since I did not have a job, I had no money of my own. My only option was to find the cheapest possible deal, and I really did not care what kind of condition the gear was in. One night, I was staying up late looking on Craigslist when I came across an ad that seemed like an absolute steal. The pictures showed the leg pads, blocker, glove, and stick. They were all in visibly good condition, and the seller was only asking for $50. That was an insane deal. I immediately texted the number in the ad. The seller asked me a few questions, including how old I was. I responded that I was 14, and he told me he was glad to hear that I was dedicated to the sport at such a young age. At the time, it did not seem weird to me, but looking back, I should have been much wiser. I asked the seller for his address so my parents could drive me to pick up the gear, but instead, he asked me what town I was from and suggested meeting somewhere within walking distance of my house. I did not know how I felt about this, but I really wanted that equipment, so I agreed. We decided to meet in the parking lot of the mall, which was literally down the block from my house. I stood alone in the exact spot I described for a few minutes until I heard someone toot their horn. I noticed a white van parked far away from all the other cars, and then I received a text saying that he was in the white van. I replied telling him to come out with the equipment, but he texted back saying it would be much easier to just do the transaction inside the van. I had a really bad feeling about this and decided to get out of there. I turned and ran down the block. When I looked back, I saw the white van driving down the street right behind me. To make things worse, I could see that there was someone in the passenger seat as well. I did not want to lead them to my house, so I cut into a random person's backyard and hopped over the fence. I was on the opposite side of the block now, hiding behind a thick bush. Within 20 seconds, the white van passed by and turned the next corner, vanishing from sight. It was safe to run back to my house now. My parents completely flipped when I told them. I did not get the tag number or a good look at their faces, so all they could report was a suspicious white van. The Craigslist ad was already taken down, so I could not show it to them. I thought it was over, but that night, I heard a vehicle engine idling outside. I looked out my window and saw the white van sitting across the street. But as soon as I looked out, the van drove off down the road. I have not seen it since, but it makes me paranoid to this day. The third story involves a person who was trying to sell a dining room set on Craigslist. I listed the set for $1,200, but I put the words, "slightly negotiable," in the title. It was a really beautiful set, but because I lived in a rural country area, I was not getting any offers. Finally, I received a call. The man on the other end had an incredibly shaky voice and sounded a bit off, but I could not really explain why. He wanted to check out the set to make an offer, so I gave him my address, and he said he would be over within the hour. I dusted off the furniture to make it look as nice as possible. To my shock, the doorbell rang within 10 minutes. He must have lived incredibly close, which was very surprising for my area. I opened the door and immediately felt uncomfortable about letting him inside. He was wearing a white undershirt with yellow stains all over it. His pants were way too baggy with several tears. His gray mustache was stained brown in the middle, and his hair was a complete mess. He looked basically everything you should not look in public. He greeted me with a shaky hello. I invited him in, and he immediately caught a glimpse of the dining room set. He began walking around it really slowly, making weird sounds and feeling every inch of the furniture. I was very weirded out watching this, and decided to bring up the price. I reminded him that my asking price was $1,200. The man stopped, looked up, and gave me the most unnerving smile I had ever seen. He asked if I would take $500. I laughed a bit, thinking he was joking. But when his smile turned to an angry expression, I knew he was serious. I told him that was too low, and the lowest I would go was $1,000. The man started acting even weirder. He put his hands to his head and started making strange noises, pacing back and forth. He looked at me with pure anger and hatred. I realized he was not right in the head, and I needed him out. I apologized and thanked him for coming, showing him it was time to leave. But he did not move. He gave me a stare of pure malice. The man was much bigger than me, and I did not think I could take him in a fight. Suddenly, his hand moved to his back pocket. I assumed he was reaching for a gun. I ran upstairs to my bedroom, grabbed my .45 gun from the closet, loaded it, and took cover. The house was silent. I locked my door, hid behind my bed, and called the police. It felt like hours before they arrived. I stayed put until I heard them enter. I left my room with my hands raised. They had me wait outside while they searched. After 5 minutes, they walked out with the man in handcuffs. They told me he was hiding in my pantry closet with a loaded gun. The look he gave me from the police car still haunts me. I am still thinking about moving because of the constant paranoia. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. This happened last year. I was 22 at the time, completely burnt out from work. And I was going through one of those stretches where everything in life felt like it was happening to someone else. I won't get into specifics, but let us just say I had a colorful past, and by that point I was actively trying to put some distance between myself and certain chapters of my life. What I needed more than anything was to disappear for a few days. We have all been there. I must have been venting out loud because one day at work, I found myself having a conversation with a coworker about this tiny island off the coast of Maine. The way he described it, the place sounded almost aggressively boring. No nightlife, barely any tourists after dark, and most people just took the ferry out for the day and left before sunset. He said if you stayed overnight, it was like having the whole island to yourself, which was exactly what I was looking for. I found a vacation rental listing for a standalone cottage right on the shoreline. The price was suspiciously cheap, and it was available on short notice, which probably should have raised some flags, but I was not exactly in a cautious headspace. I booked it without thinking twice. The cottage itself was small, just a single room with a bed, an unused kitchenette, and a bathroom the size of a closet. It was set back from the water, surrounded on 3 sides by thick brush that pressed right up against the walls. The front faced the ocean with a single window covered by this thin, semi-translucent curtain that did not do much to block the view in either direction. The walls were paper thin. I could hear the wind moving through the brush like it was right next to my ear. The door had a deadbolt and a chain lock that both looked like they had been installed recently, which struck me as a little odd for such an isolated spot, but I did not dwell on it. I took the late afternoon ferry over and spent the early evening just walking around the island. It was kind of surreal watching the place empty out as the day visitors filtered back to the mainland. By the time the sun went down, there was almost no one left. No streetlights, no ambient noise, nothing. I was pretty much left alone to enjoy the sounds of the ocean by myself. It was beautiful. I grabbed dinner at this little pub near the ferry landing. The bartender was friendly enough, but I noticed that she gave me a weird face when I told her where I was staying. On the walk back, I passed a small dock tucked into a cove, maybe 100 yards from the cottage. There was a single blue motorboat moored over there. It stood out because all the other boats I had seen on the island were larger lobster vessels. I made a mental note of it, but did not think too much beyond that. I got back to the cottage around 10:30, locked the deadbolt and the chain, and settled in for the night. Up until that point, I was really enjoying the time away from everything. But of course, that peace did not last. I realized my phone charger was busted. Or maybe it was the outlet I was using. But the point is, my phone would not charge no matter what I tried. I tried every outlet in the cottage. My phone was on low battery, and I was 100% sure it was going to die within the hour. Luckily, I did not really need it to get back to the ferry. I had a physical ticket, but no one likes having a dead phone. I decided to just call it a night and go to sleep. I was exhausted anyway, and I did fall asleep pretty quickly actually. The exhaustion from the past few nights hit me all at once, and I was out within a few minutes of my head hitting the pillow. I woke up randomly in the middle of the night. I do not know what pulled me out of my sleep exactly, but once I was awake I heard it. Footsteps on the gravel outside the cottage. They were close, right in front of the door, and whoever was out there was taking their time, which I could tell because there was a long pause in between each step. It definitely did not sound like an animal scurrying around. I shifted in bed just slightly, and the footsteps stopped immediately. The silence that followed was uncomfortable, in a way that I could not really describe. It stretched on long enough that I started to convince myself I had imagined the whole thing, or that it really had just been an animal. I did not want to move, so I just stared at the ceiling in that same position. I am not sure what I was waiting for, but I was so freaked out that I could not even think straight. And a few minutes later, the footsteps came back. This time, there was no mistaking the direction. They were not passing by. They were approaching. I heard them come right up to the entrance of the cottage and stop directly in front of the door. At that point, my heart was damn near pounding out of my chest. I felt like they could hear it, but there was nothing I could do besides try and be as silent as possible. As if the situation was not bad enough, whoever was out there turned on a flashlight and tried shining it through the front door. I could not move because I was petrified in fear. That person clicked off the light and tried the door handle. I shut my eyes and prayed the deadbolts would hold, and it did. I thought that would be enough of a deterrent, but I was wrong. A few seconds passed, and then they tried again, putting more weight into it this time. Then came several hard bangs, one after another. The sound was so loud in that tiny little cottage that I actually flinched with each impact. The bangs activated my brain, though. The threat was more real, and even though I was still terrified, I knew I had to do something. So, without thinking, I jumped out of bed while that person was still banging on the door and crouched down behind it. I was fully prepared for what was about to happen, but instead of that person bursting through the door, everything went quiet. I stayed crouched down for a few seconds, trying not to breathe too loudly. And then, and I still remember this vividly, whoever was on the other side of the door spoke. The voice said, "I know you are in there, Leo." I almost yelled out in shock, but I stopped myself. It was a man's voice, one I did not recognize, but he somehow knew my name. He knew I was there. The footsteps moved away from the door and along the side of the cottage. I tracked the sound as it passed the bathroom wall and continued around. He was taunting me. He knew I was in there. My confidence was gone. Hearing my own name was enough to make me dizzy. It was the scariest moment of my entire life. Over the next stretch of time, I have no idea how long. Maybe 20 minutes, maybe an hour. Whoever was outside circled the cottage. I had no idea what they were doing, and a part of me was screaming for them to just break down the door and get it over with already. Eventually, the footsteps receded from the cottage. Then, from the direction of the dock, I heard an engine start. It was the unmistakable sound of a small outboard motor. I listened as it pulled away from the shore and faded into the distance across open water. I did not sleep after that. That is not an exaggeration. I stayed awake the entire night. The second it was bright enough to see, I was out the door. The gravel around the cottage told the whole story. There were heavy boot prints circling the cottage multiple times. The prints led in a straight line from the cottage toward the dock and ended right at the water line. The next day was honestly a blur. I returned the key to the property owner, boarded a ferry, and made it home. But I was not in a good headspace. Here is the thing that still gets me. Whoever was outside that cottage did not come from the island. They came by boat, specifically to that cottage. And on that specific night, they knew my name and exactly where I would be. The thing is, I have absolutely no idea how they could have tracked me down. I confronted my coworker about it a few days later, the one who told me about that island in the first place, and he swore up and down he had not told anyone about my trip. And honestly, I believed him. He looked genuinely freaked out when I told him what happened. I mentioned earlier that I have a colorful past. I am not going to get into the details, but let us just say I am not exactly shocked that someone out there might want to find me. What I still cannot wrap my head around is, how did someone track me to some random island off the coast of Maine? How did they know which rental I booked and on which night? How long had they been watching me before any of this? I do not have any answers to any of those questions, and the worst part is, I still work the same job and live in the same place. Nothing has changed since then, but I have no reason to believe things are over. It is a terrifying realization that you can never truly be completely alone, even on a remote island. But sometimes the danger does not follow you from your home. Sometimes the danger has been waiting on the island for decades, hiding in the decaying concrete of a forgotten era. This next story happened many years ago to a structural engineer who accepted an invitation that he would come to regret for the rest of his life. I am a structural engineer, and at the time I was finishing up my graduate thesis on concrete degradation in marine environments. It was very boring, but it is what got me invited to Japan. This is all relevant, by the way. I was in Nagasaki for an academic conference. There was this professor I had been corresponding with, who had done extensive research on post-industrial decay. His name was Dr. Yamamoto, and he pulled some strings and arranged something I never thought I would get access to: a research permit for Hashima Island. If you do not know Hashima, you have probably seen pictures of it without realizing. It is this tiny island off the coast of Nagasaki that looks like a battleship completely covered in crumbling concrete apartment blocks. It used to be a coal mining operation, one of the most densely populated places on Earth at its peak. They abandoned it in the 70s when the coal ran out, and it has been rotting ever since. It is a UNESCO World Heritage Site now. Tourists can technically visit, but only on guided tours that stick to a narrow concrete path along the seawall. Civilians are expressly forbidden from entering the actual buildings due to structural integrity concerns. But I was not subject to the same restrictions, of course, which was thrilling and a little scary. I had to sign an exhaustive stack of papers, basically waiving my right to damages should I injure myself or something. The morning of the visit, I took an early ferry from Nagasaki. It was not a tourist boat, but rather a smaller vessel arranged through the research office. It was just me and my escort, a guy named Tishi. He did not talk much. I did not really mind because I was so hyped about the excursion. The approach to Hashima plays tricks on your eyes. When it first appears within your line of sight, it looks deceptively small, insignificant almost. But then as you get closer, the scale of it hits you. The seawall wrapping around the entire island, the apartment blocks stacked on top of each other. It really is something else. I had seen hundreds of photos, but none of them prepared me for actually laying my eyes on what I can only describe as a true wonder. Tishi gave me the briefing on the dock. I had access to several buildings beyond the normal tour route. He actually had a list, but there were still rules such as stay on designated paths, do not enter anything marked with red tape, do not remove anything, do not touch anything you do not need to, and stay within visual range of him at all times. He said that last part twice. I also had to wear a hard hat, steel-toed boots, and these bulky reinforced work pants that made it a little difficult to walk. Despite all the excess gear, the first couple hours were amazing. I was taking photos, taking notes completely in my element. Tishi followed at a distance, occasionally glancing at his watch. He clearly wanted this over with. We entered one of the large residential blocks around midday. The stairs were intact, but barely. You could see daylight through the gaps in the landing. Tishi waited on the ground floor while I went up, which I thought was a little strange given his whole stay within visual range speech. but I was not going to argue. It was kind of irritating having him follow me around anyway. I was on the 4th floor, examining a section of wall where the concrete had completely separated from the rebar underneath, when I noticed something off. The dust patterns were wrong. There was dust everywhere, obviously, decades of it, but there was this path through it, like someone had been walking this route regularly. Not recently, maybe, but often enough that the dust had not fully settled back. I followed it with my eye and realized it led to a room at the end of the corridor. I should have gone back down to tell Tishi, which would have been the smart thing, but I was curious and wanted to check things out for myself. He probably would have just ushered me back downstairs anyway, depriving me of ever getting an answer. So, I carefully walked over to the room and pushed the door open. I immediately noticed two things, both of which were incredibly unsettling. Firstly, there was this weird smell emanating from the room that I did not recognize. It did not really smell like anything natural, but I could not recognize it as any kind of human smell either. I know that makes no sense, but that specific smell was genuinely something I have never encountered before. The second thing was even more confusing. The wall I touched was hot, or at least noticeably warmer than any of the other surfaces I had felt on the island. I stood there for maybe 30 seconds trying to process it. You might be thinking the warmth was probably due to sun exposure. And yeah, that makes perfect sense. That is what I was thinking too, even though there were not any gaps in the ceiling, and I figured the smell could have been animals, even though I was not aware that any animals even lived on Hashima. I went back down and mentioned it to Tishi. His reaction was immediate and strange. He did not ask me any clarifying questions or even seem that concerned. He just told me that what I saw was impossible and that no humans or animals lived on the island. He did not even ask me to take him to that room. When I insisted that he follow me so I could show him the smell for himself, he flatly refused. His reaction was really disturbing, to be quite honest. We continued the tour, and I started being much more observant every time he allowed me to enter a building. I kept noticing weird things. Nothing fully revealing like clothes or anything like that, but weird markings and signs that something had been there. I say something because I did not know whether I was seeing signs of a person or signs of an animal, which was the most confusing part. At one point I mentioned more of these sightings to Tishi, and this time he did not even respond. Instead, he just pulled out his radio and spoke rapid Japanese into it. I had no idea what he was saying or who he was even talking to, but it was the first time he had used the radio since we got off the boat. When I asked him what he said, he told me he was checking the schedule. I obviously did not believe him, but what was I supposed to do? Demand that he tell me what he said? I just ignored him, but I was significantly more unsettled after that. It was almost like he knew what was going on and just did not want to tell me. We reached a taller residential block near the center of the island. Tishi hesitated at the entrance. He actually stopped walking and stood there for a few seconds before following me in. I remember thinking that was weird. He had been bored and impatient all morning, and now he was all attentive. But I did not care. I was not going to let someone else's attitude stop me from exploring. The stairwell was narrow and dark, but structurally sound. We went up maybe 5 floors. Tishi was right behind me the whole time, which felt like a change from his earlier indifference. And then, after walking into one of the corner rooms up there, I saw something that immediately validated all my previous concerns. Against one of the walls was a pile of blankets and a few empty bottles of water. There was no mistake about it this time. I was looking at definitive evidence of human habitation. I regained my composure after the initial shock and turned to show Tishi. There was no way I was going to allow him to dismiss my claims this time. But when I stepped out of the room, he was gone. I do not know why, but seeing those items in that room did not terrify me until I realized I was alone up there. It was like Tishi having disappeared unlocked my brain, and only then was I able to process how scary the situation truly was. There was someone else on that island. I suddenly felt a very acute urge to strip out of my gear and scratch myself. My whole body was itching and I was starting to freak out. I frantically made my way back to the stairwell we had come up, thinking I would just run down and end the trip short. But no, as if things were not bad enough, I turned the corner and realized the stairs were blocked. There was a pile of rubble spilled across the landing, enough that I could not get through. I did not have time to think about whether it had collapsed naturally or whether someone had piled it there purposefully. I just turned and ran. I ran past that room and down the corridor, praying that there was another stairwell somewhere close by. I did not care about the structural damage anymore. I was so scared and did not care about anything other than getting the hell out of there. As I was sprinting down the hall, I heard movement from somewhere behind me. It sounded like footsteps stepping out into the hallway. I did not turn around. No chance in hell. I just kept running. The only problem was that it was like a maze in there. I was too scared to think straight, and I felt like I was running in circles. The whole time I could hear footsteps behind me. At first I thought it was Tishi, but after a while, I realized there were multiple sets of footsteps, which meant I was being followed by multiple people. I finally found another stairwell, and I practically jumped down it. I do not remember much about getting out of the building. I remember daylight, and then sprinting across open ground, and then the dock. Tishi was just standing there by the boat. Seeing how unfazed he looked took me from scared to downright angry. I started screaming at him about what I had seen, about the people in that building, about him abandoning me, everything. I think I even accused him of piling that rubble up in an attempt to strand me in there. He barely even blinked. It was like he was not hearing what I was saying. I wanted to put my hands on him, but that would have been a terrible idea. He was my way off the island. He had all the power. I had none. The way he did not even react to what I was saying only made me angrier. At one point, I actually kind of hoped that whoever had been stalking me in that building would turn a corner so Tishi would believe me. He waited for me to finally calm down, and then instead of acknowledging anything I had said, he just said we were leaving. I did not know what to think. I was still pretty unsettled and scared at what had just happened. But I was also horrified that this guy was refusing to acknowledge any of it. It genuinely made me think that he knew something about what had happened. Or worse, maybe he had caused it himself. Maybe he had been the one to pile that rubble. But the worst part was that I had to sit through an entire ferry ride back to the mainland with him. I was genuinely worried for my safety, but we made it back, and that was that. As soon as I got somewhere safe, the first thing I wanted to do was report my sightings, that there were people on Hashima. That was extremely concerning. So I contacted the only person I could think to contact, the only person who had any connection to both me and the island, Dr. Yamamoto. But I could not get a hold of him. Fast forward 2 weeks, I was back in the United States at that point, and I still could not get a hold of him. It was like he had disappeared. I tried my best to report what I had seen to the relevant authorities, but I do not think anything came of it. I do not think anyone believed me. It has been years and years since this all happened, but this is a story I will tell anyone who will listen. Strangely, the thing that gets to me the most is not what happened on the island, but what happened after. The fact that I could not get in contact with Dr. Yamamoto, despite him going to great lengths to arrange my visit to the island. The thing I regret the most is not taking more action to get to the bottom of what was going on there. If I had spoken Japanese, or if I did not have to return to the United States so quickly, I might have been able to do something. This is something I am going to think about forever. It is incredible how a place can be entirely surrounded by water, isolated from the rest of civilization, and yet harbor secrets that defy explanation. For our third story, we are going to look at an island that sits right in the East River of New York City, a place that thousands of people look at every single day, completely unaware of the darkness that is hidden within its decaying walls. This happened a long time ago. I am talking 10+ years. It was during my very last semester of college. I was majoring in history, and I was deep into my senior thesis, which focused on abandoned institutional spaces. Places like defunct hospitals, asylums, rehab centers, especially ones that still existed in or around major cities. One of the cases I was writing about was North Brother Island. It was this overgrown island right in the East River, technically part of New York City, but it had been completely abandoned for decades. As far as I know, it is still exactly the same, but I have not been in New York City in forever, so I really would not know. Here is a very abbreviated history. It used to house a quarantine hospital, then a rehab center, and then at some point in the distant past, it became off-limits to the public. Unless something has changed, you still need a permit to even set foot there. In fact, it is probably even more heavily guarded considering how seriously the United States takes security and whatnot these days. That is all you really need to know about it. But for any fellow history buffs out there, feel free to do your own research. You might even find my thesis. I never actually planned on going. That would have been illegal. But I mentioned it offhand one night to two of my friends, Jansen and Jesse, while we were drinking. I was probably pissed at how long my thesis was taking, knowing how lazy and unproductive I was back then. Surprisingly, they both thought my thesis sounded really interesting, despite the fact that neither of them were history majors. So, I told them some of the interesting tidbits about the various places I was researching. The moment they realized one of the places was quite literally tucked away, in the very city we were sitting in, they were hooked. Jansen and Jesse, and I guess myself by extension, were really into that whole urban exploring edgy vibe back then. Back then, it was decently popular among young guys at the time. They both thought it sounded like the perfect target for an urban exploration trip. And I will admit, after all the research I had done, I was curious too. Not in a ghost hunter way or anything, but more like if I was going to describe the place in my thesis, why not actually see it with my own eyes? Fast forward a few weeks, and that is how we found ourselves sneaking through Barretto Point Park in the Bronx at 2 a.m. with 3 solo kayaks in tow. It was one of the few spots along the shoreline where you could launch without attracting too much attention, and it was only about a half-mile paddle to the island. We had a bunch of supplies, probably more than we needed, but we figured we would play it safe. The plan was to leave around 2:30, explore the island for a few hours while it was still dark, and be back before sunrise. It felt stupid and thrilling at the same time. The best kind of fun. Getting our kayaks into the water was surprisingly seamless. I guess I had not anticipated how deserted the park was going to be at that time of night. But as soon as we started paddling toward the island, the reality of what we were doing began setting in. There was not anything stopping us anymore. All we had to do was paddle at that point, and a bit of nervousness started creeping into what had just moments earlier been pure excitement. Regardless, we made it to the island. Pulling the kayaks onto shore was a bit of a struggle because of all the overgrowth. We had to push through some tall reeds and weeds just to find a somewhat stable spot to leave them. Once we were on solid ground, the three of us just kind of stood there for a second, taking it all in. It was dark, obviously, but we had flashlights and the moon was bright enough that you could make out the general shapes of things. The first thing I noticed was how quiet it all was. I know that sounds cliché, but you have to understand, we were technically still in New York City. The Bronx was right there, maybe half a mile away, and yet it felt like we were in the middle of nowhere. We started walking inland. It did not take long for Jansen and Jesse to realize just how big the island actually was. I had told them beforehand that it was not some tiny little rock. I think I even showed them a map at some point, but they clearly had not internalized it. As we made our way deeper, we started passing building after building. Most of them partially collapsed or so overgrown that you could barely tell they were buildings at all. At one point, Jesse stopped and just stared at this one structure that had a tree, literally splitting it in half. He said it looked like something out of a post-apocalyptic video game, like one of the ones where you are scavenging through the ruins of civilization. He was not wrong. That is exactly what it felt like. There was something almost alien about the way nature had reclaimed everything, like the island was actively trying to swallow any evidence that humans had ever been there. I remember thinking that if I did not know better, I would assume the place had been empty for centuries, not decades. We explored a few of the more intact buildings, shining our flashlights into rooms that had not seen visitors in God knows how long. Most of them were empty, but in one of the larger buildings, Jansen found something on the ground near a doorway, a half-empty can of spray paint. He immediately wanted to use it, and Jesse was on board. I told them no, that it felt disrespectful, not just to the buildings, but to the history of the place. People had lived there, and people had died there, but they pointed out that there was already graffiti all over the walls, some of it pretty elaborate, and argued that a little more was not going to make a difference. I did not have the energy to keep fighting about it. So, I told them I was not going to stop them, but I was not going to stick around and watch either. In hindsight, wandering off was probably a mistake. I made my way through a few more rooms, trying to take mental notes for my thesis, but the further I got from Jansen and Jesse, the more unsettling everything became. It is hard to explain unless you have been in a situation like that. When you are with other people, even in a creepy place, there is a buffer. You can tell yourself it is fine, because nothing bad would happen with witnesses around or whatever. But being alone is a completely different story. I was walking down a long hallway in one of the larger buildings. I think it might have been part of the old hospital complex, when I heard Jesse's voice call my name from somewhere ahead of me, from one of the rooms further down the hall. The sound of it made me jump, and even though I knew it was him, I was still pretty freaked out. I started walking toward it, and something began to feel off. For Jesse to be ahead of me, he would have had to take a completely different route through the building. That was not impossible. There were multiple hallways and stairways, but it would have meant he left Jansen almost immediately after I did, and then speed walked, or even ran just to loop around and end up in front of me. That did not make any sense. Why would he do that? There were too many rooms branching off from the hallway, and I could not tell exactly which one the voice had come from. So, I called out to him, asking where he was. I got a response almost immediately from a room just a few doors down on my left. It was definitely Jansen's voice, and all he said was, "In here." I walked toward it. The doorway was dark, darker than the hallway, which was already pretty dark, and I could not see anything inside. I figured Jesse and Jansen were probably just messing with me, trying to scare me for wandering off, which is exactly the kind of thing Jansen would think was hilarious. I stepped into the room without really thinking about it, and swept my flashlight around. It landed on a figure standing in the far corner of the room facing the wall. For a split second, my brain tried to convince me it was one of my friends, but it was not. It could not be. Whoever this was, they were really tall, easily 6.5 feet, maybe more. Neither Jansen nor Jesse were anywhere close to that height. I cannot express how scary seeing that figure was, I screamed. I could not help myself. I ran out of that room as fast as I could. I did not care about being quiet anymore. I was yelling for Jansen and Jesse to run as loudly as I could. I have never been more scared in my life. I felt like whoever had been in that room was going to catch me, or something else would jump out from one of the many pitch-black rooms I was running past. I found my friends near where we had originally split up. When they saw me sprinting toward them, they just started running too. We did not stop until we reached the kayaks. Once we caught our breath, I told them everything. They did not believe me at first, which I completely understood. If Jansen had told me the same story, I would have assumed he was messing with me. But I pleaded with them to believe me, that I was not making it up. And after a minute or so, they actually started to look more scared than me. We decided to just leave. Whatever we had come to see, it was not worth sticking around after that. But right as we started dragging the kayaks back toward the water, all three of us heard it at the same time. It was faint but distinct, a moaning sound coming from somewhere in the darkness behind us. It sounded like a woman, an older woman, either crying or wincing in pain. It was not loud, but it was loud enough that we could hear it clearly if we focused. None of us said anything, but I could tell Jesse and Jansen were losing it. I was too. My hands were shaking. We finally got the kayaks into the water. The paddle back felt like it took forever, but we made it. The whole drive back, none of us could stop talking about what happened. We went over every detail, trying to make sense of it, trying to come up with some rational explanation. But the thing I kept coming back to, the thing that freaked me out the most, was the voice, because that was definitely Jesse's voice I heard in that hallway. I know Jesse's voice as well as I know my own, and whatever called out to me sounded exactly like him, except Jesse was nowhere near that part of the building. He was with Jansen the whole time. I have thought about going back to the island over the years, but I never have. For one thing, I am pretty sure it is basically impossible now. From what I have read, they have really cracked down on unauthorized access. Even if I wanted to, I do not think I could get within 100 yards of that place without getting intercepted by someone. I really do not believe in the paranormal. I never have. But I have a hard time explaining what happened that night any other way. Someone was on that island with us. Someone who knew my name. Someone who could make their voice sound exactly like Jesse's. I do not think I will ever get an answer to what happened that night. There is a strange, lingering dread that comes with realizing how fragile our sense of security really is. Whether it is a small cottage off the coast of Maine, a decaying coal mining facility in Japan, or an abandoned hospital right in the East River of New York, islands seem to act as magnets for the unexplained and the dangerous. They cut us off from the safety of the mainland, leaving us completely exposed to whatever secrets are hiding in the shadows. The people in these stories managed to escape with their lives, but they left a piece of their peace of mind behind on those shores. They are forced to live with the unanswered questions, the unresolved threats, and the constant, nagging feeling that whatever found them out there might still be watching, waiting for the perfect moment to return. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya.